Mayor and Council, we are live.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the special meeting of the September 29th, 2022 meeting of the Pasadena City Council. As many of you are aware, this is a one-item meeting where we will consider appointing a representative for District 3 um, as a member of the Pasadena City Council, given the tremendous loss Pasadena's experienced in the loss of our colleague, Councilmember John Kennedy. I'm going to ask the clerk to start with roll call.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Hampton,
Blessed to be here.
Councilmember Madison,
Here.
Councilmember Masuda,
Here.
Councilmember Rivas,
Here.
Councilmember Williams,
Here.
Vice Mayor Wilson,
Here.
Mayor Gordo.
Here.
There's a quorum of the council present.
Mr. Hampton, will you do us the honors and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Absolutely. Everyone, please stand. Right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated.
And it's good to see a majority of the city council in the council chambers. And Mr. Hampton was planning to be here and has gotten a bit of a cold. Mr. Hampton, I'll let you explain.
The super cold. It's called COVID.
Yeah. And so, out of course, having COVID shouldn't be around other people, but I just want to let my colleagues know that I'm there in spirit. And I did plan on being there today. yeah, thank you. And thank you for notwithstanding the cold for being a part of this. And you got my prescription, right? You got the Pedialyte and everything in place.
Dr. Mayer.
Yeah.
Certainly did.
So let's go ahead and start with just a brief description of the overview. So we're here to consider 3 candidates for the District 3 representative to the Pasadena City Council. All of the 3 candidates, Mr. Smith, Mr. Jones, and Lamar are all present in the council chambers. Mr. Lamar are all present in the council chambers. I'm sorry, not in the council chamber, at City Hall. And are sequestered, for the lack of a better term, and aren't able to see the proceedings until they're called into the council chambers for their opportunity to present. The process will be that each candidate will have an opportunity to present before the city council and the public their 5 to 7 minute presentation. And then at that point, we will then have an opportunity to ask a preset of questions, after which each council member will have an opportunity to engage each of the candidates in a more of a free flow discussion. The first order of business is for each of us to disclose any communications we've had with any of the candidates or applicants, I should say, on the public record. And I'll be the first. Prior to the opening of the application phase, I was contacted by Mr. Smith And Mr. Smith did make known to me that he intended to, when there was an opening, to be part of the applicant pool. I recall also being contacted by I think Mr. Smith was the only one who I had a direct conversation with. I have had brief conversations with each of the candidates, just letting me know that they were applying. I did see Mr. Jones at a recent District 3 park unveiling in the Playhouse District, where I had an opportunity to meet his wife. We did not at all discuss this process or his application, but I did have a conversation with he and his wife about being residents of Pasadena and the great opportunity that the park opening presented for the entire city. And that's all I have to say. Anyone else? Ms. Rivas?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I also did speak to one applicant, that was Mr. Lamar. He had reached out to me before the application period had opened and also before the ad hoc committee had convened. And we just had a brief and broad discussion about the application process in general and my experience going through it almost 2 years ago now. So it wasn't an interview. We didn't discuss his qualifications or resume. Thank you.
Ms. Williams?
Thanks, Mayor. I am familiar with Justin Jones from his work on the Environmental Commission. We had met over the summer to talk about some environmental policies and priorities. And then once the filing period was announced, he asked if he could meet with me, and we did, just to talk about what it was like to be on the council. And that was before the ad hoc committee had met and made the determination. So that was the meeting I had with him. I met Brandon at the Playhouse Park opening. And have seen him at a couple of events, and I just met Pastor Smith in the hallway, and that's it. Thanks.
Anyone else? I'm sorry, Mr. Madison. Then
Thank
follow
you,
Mr.
Mayor. Yeah,
Masuda.
and I don't have anything to report. I haven't spoken to any of the three applicants since the time of the applications. I did see Pastor Smith at an impromptu vigil for John in front of City Hall, but I think that literally was like the evening he passed, and I don't think any of this had unfolded yet. Pastor Smith also reached out for me. As you know, he ministers in my district at a historic Black church, Friendship Baptist, and over the years I will attend sometimes a liturgy there and consider him a friend, but he didn't reach out and left me a voicemail, and I have not responded in any way, shape, or form. Haven't had any contact with any of the other two candidates, rather. And I hope someone will communicate to them that these unreturned messages are not a sign of lack of friendship or anything.
Yeah.
I did let the applicants all know that the ad hoc committee and the council and you did discuss it in open session that you weren't going to contact or have meetings with them. So I'm sure they understand.
And you just reminded me that I too saw Pastor Smith the day that Mr. Kennedy lost his life, and I saw him at the hospital shortly, on the same day. And I have known, but I'd also like to put on the record that I've known Pastor Smith for probably the better part of 30 years, having grown up in Pasadena. Mr. Masuda?
Thank you, Mayor. I was sitting here, I was here early, a little early, and the three candidates came in here, and I said hello to all three of them. So I thought I'd let you know that.
We've got the recording of that.
Okay.
That's just a glaring lapse of ethics, Gene, to say hello to.
Mr. Hampton.
Mr. Hampton?
Thank you. I know all three of the candidates. I had saw Lucious, Pastor Smith, for the first time in probably a year or so since the pandemic, at the remembrance of John Kennedy in front of City Hall the same day I saw Councilmember Madison there. I've also saw him at Councilmember Kennedy's funeral, and we spoke briefly there. We didn't talk about the appointment or anything, and then he did reach out to me after the ad hoc committee met and asked me to talk to him about, he just wanted to let me know that he was going to put his name in the ring. And out of respect, I called him back just to let him know that I would not be talking to him about that appointment. Then I've had communication with Justin Jones. Justin Jones is actually, and I've had email communication with Justin Jones. Justin Jones is my appointee to the EAC. I appointed him well before John Kennedy passed away. Then Brandon Lamar reached out to me after the ad hoc committee met to talk to me about some work that he was doing with Human Services Commission. But those are my communications with those individuals. I had not talked to them about the appointment process.
Thank you. I think that Vice Mayor Wilson.
Just for completeness, I've had no interactions. I did watch the debate because I actually don't know the individuals, and I felt it would be helpful, and so was no direct interaction. But I guess that's everybody now, so
Yeah.
we're complete.
Okay, again, the process will be that the city clerk will accompany each applicant to and from the conference room. I'm sorry, to and from the council room to the council chamber. Applicants will present from the public podium, and each applicant will have the opportunity to make a 5 to 7 minute presentation on their qualifications. PowerPoints are allowed.
I
Mr.
know
Clerk.
of one.
Okay. So we know of one applicant who's going to present a PowerPoint, and that is a part of their 5 to 7 minute
correct.
presentation. Okay,
Mayor, could I just inquire?
I have a quick.
Oh, excuse me, please, Mr. Hampton.
Mr. Hampton.
I was just going to ask a question about how our public comments going to be taken. Are they going to be taken after each candidate, or?
No, we'll follow our normal routine where
We're going to have
We're-
public
public
comment
comment,
first.
yeah. in advance.
So that'll
Oh.
happen next before we start the interviews will be public comment. We have 12 speaker cards submitted. Then I'll announce out correspondence received. I'll do a summary of the correspondence received, and then we can start the interview.
Thank you.
Mayor, my question was about the sheaf of correspondence that's in front of us here in the chamber, and that we also received separately, at least probably most of us did. Is all of this new?
So what's in front of you, what we put at the dais, just because I didn't know who was going to bring their binder or whatever, we put a full packet of correspondence. So all of the correspondence is in front of you. That would include some of the ones that we sent to you as part of the white binder with the applications. So you'll have all of the correspondence in one place and you can look through that. We've been receiving correspondence. A minute or two ago, we received some more. So I'm going to cut the correspondence off because I'm not going to get it into the count as far as reporting it out as far as what's been received, but we'll still distribute it and post it as we go along. But in terms of the count, I've cut it off already. So it'll have stopped about 5 minutes ago.
So are you going to provide us with some sort of count or?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yes. No problem. I can do that now if you want.
Sure.
So there was a lot of correspondence received. I will read out who we received correspondence in favor of and then report out the general correspondence. I did get a last minute text, so let me just 1 second as I update that. All right. So, and in alphabetical order, I'll just report it out. Justin Jones received 29 letters in support of the city council appointing him. Brandon Lamar received 89 letters in support of the city council appointing him. And Lucious Smith received 1 letter in support of the council appointing him. There was also 15 letters of general correspondence received, and some of that stated some concerns about candidates. Some of that was talking about the attributes of what the council should consider when making the appointment. All of that has been posted online, distributed to the council, and is part of the meeting record for this evening.
Could you just repeat those numbers, Mark? I'm sorry, I didn't have my pen out quick enough.
Yes, it's 29 for Justin Jones, 89 for Brandon Lamar, 1 for Lucious Smith. We actually did where the addresses were provided. We actually confirmed if those were provided from addresses in the district. Do you want me to review those?
No, I just didn't.
Okay. All right. So for Justin Jones, he received letters in support from, of the 28, 8 were confirmed to be with their address provided to be in the district. And then also there was 4 additional residents who stated they were from the district but didn't provide an address. For Brandon Lamar, there was 7 confirmed to be in the district. And then there were 28 that were reported to be District 3 residents, but did not provide an address. So we weren't able to confirm that, but that's what they reported. And the one for Lucious Smith, I don't believe provided an address or stated whether they were a resident of District 3.
A lot of interest in and outside of the districts, as it should be. These, we work collectively as a body to in the best interest of the city. And that brings me to 2 other points. One, I'd like the clerk to confirm that all 3 applicants are in good standing and qualified as to be considered by the council.
Yes, as part of the process for providing each applicant with application materials and issuing them the petitions to circulate, we confirmed that each one was a registered voter within the district of District 3, and we spoke with each about whether they lived in District 3. So they reported an address and stated that they lived in District 3 and that they were registered to vote in District 3.
Thank you. And meet all the charter requirements.
That's correct.
And the other point is, there was a call on the part of some to have some sort of quasi vote via email or some other method. The determination was made that we would not do that. And I think, the clerk's reporting on how I think the intent was, it was well intentioned. Let's see what District 3 residents might say. But as you can see, people have an interest from within and outside of the city. And so the determination was made that we needed to meet both the black letter law, in other words, the law does not allow us to hold an election, and the spirit of the law, and holding some sort of quasi-election via email or other means, in my view, violated the spirit of the law that could easily be influenced by people outside of the district, giving us or giving the impression that it was people from within the district weighing in. But in the alternative, what we did was send out communications through the clerk's office to residents of the district asking for what attributes the council should consider in an applicant, and also what issues residents of the district might be interested in the council asking about and engaging the candidates with. And we did receive some responses. And I'd also like to ask the clerk, in terms of emails that were sent that you reported on, or communications in support, you're reporting on communications sent to you, directly to your office, not necessarily to us as individuals.
Right, as I stated, the city clerk's office
Okay.
received, and then I reported out the correspondence. I can't report what we don't have.
Okay, fair enough. because I'm sure we've all received independent communication. Okay,
Mayor, I have one comment if you don't mind.
yes,
I do think, obviously, the selection of a city council person by this body is a fairly unique circumstance. I, of course, myself have experience in
sometimes we get it right.
So
Not always.
track record's really good in some cases and sketchy probably in others. But I do think one of the benefits of this unfortunate circumstance is we do get to look holistically around the skills and the perspectives that are brought to the council. And I, as a voter myself, we see the local candidates and we look at how they represent us individually, but often we don't, as residents, obviously we as council people have unique insights, but don't understand who else is in the council and kind of what the skills and expertise is. So I do think we have a little bit of a different perspective in terms of how we think about filling out the council versus an individual just, dropping in a ballot. So I just want to call out that because I do think it's a different circumstance. And, we're in that circumstance and hopefully brought something when we were appointed that was maybe incremental to how the council works as a whole.
Fair enough. Thank you. Very good points. Okay, unless there's anything else, we'll turn it over to the city clerk to call public comment. And we have,
We are now at 13 speakers cards submitted. So we'll do 2 minutes. The first speaker, and they got a little bit out of order, but I'll do my best to keep them in order as submitted. Daniel Gonzalez, followed by Tina Fredericks, followed by Yachty, and then followed by Kim Douglas. Mr. Gonzalez, you have 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, good evening to everybody. My name is Daniel Gonzalez. I'm a new member of District 3. Having just recently moved to the city of Pasadena and establishing roots here, I intend to be a resident of District 3 in the city of Pasadena for a very long time. But on that note, one of the things that I've come to learn about this community is that I'm moving into a community that has been shaped very much by
for the respect to the district and the citizen of the district who actually came to the ballot and voted for Brandon Lamar, and respect to John Kennedy, who actually understood and showed respect and participated in the democratic way. I think the only thing that would make sense is a person, as I said, due respect, with all respect for other candidates and applicants in this case, the person who walked the doors, knocked the doors, and gained the trust is Brandon Lamar. So I hope you guys do the right thing. I hope let's go with the community and pick the person who has done the work and gained the trust. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. We'll go to Don Bookhart, followed by Aaron Levy, followed by Bridget Rooney. Don,
Hi, can you hear me?
we can. Go ahead, 2 minutes.
Excellent. So I'm a 15-year resident and homeowner in District 3, and I am asking that the City Council select the candidate who District 3 residents have already voted for, which is Brandon Lamar. He stepped up and he did the hard work of challenging an incumbent in an open election, and he got 41% of the vote, which is pretty amazing. I feel like if the council selects anyone else, it would be like thumbing your nose at the voters who have already voted for Brandon in large numbers. And I'm asking that you put aside your personal preferences, your personal relationships, who you think might fill out the city council best, and instead listen to the voters in the district who have already voted and who have already shown significant support for Brandon, even when he ran against a very popular city council member. So thank you very much for considering our input.
Thank you. We'll go to Aaron Levy, followed by Bridget Rooney, followed by Ed Washatka. Aaron?
I just want to echo some of the previous comments. I was impressed with Brandon showing in the last election, and in particular his, spoke with him on his campaign trail a number of times about the vision that he has for District 3 and for the city of Pasadena. I think he's, put in the work and done the thinking about what he will bring to the role, and I think he should be selected for city council. Thanks.
Thank you. We'll move to Bridget Rooney, followed by Ed Washatka, followed by Maria Skelton, and then Nicole Bernard.
Hello, my name is Bridget Rooney. I'm a resident of District 1, but right across the street from District 3, where many of my friends and colleagues live. I just want to, on top of everything else that everyone has said about Brandon, he is just a pretty clearly the most obvious choice for this seat. As others have said, he's already demonstrated his commitment. And he's gone through the campaign process. He's been thinking and working for this for almost a year. And then, John Kennedy got more votes than him in June. However, at that point, he could have just been like, all right, I tried, I'm good, I'm going to go home and call it quits. As someone who's also been campaigning for almost a year, I think I might have done that if that had happened. Should we go through this process again, keep fighting for it? I think that he has absolutely demonstrated his commitment to the city prior to running for this council seat, but his commitment in the past year for preparing for this, and then with the loss of an election and the death of John Kennedy, still committed to being here, and not for a temporary vacancy, not for a couple of months, but is committed to the 4 years and very likely more if he were reelected. And not only that, he has put a ton of focus on the youth of Pasadena, and that is just obviously he cares deeply about the future of this city and the future of its residents, whether or not they remain Pasadenans. So I do urge you, please, to select Brandon Lamar. He's put it all out there. It's pretty clear. Thank you.
Sorry, just due to an oversight, Ashay Patel should be next, then Ed Washatka, then Maria Skelton, then Nicole Bernard, and then Callum Chisholm. Ashay?
Hi, I'm a resident of District 1, but also right across the street from District 3. I think Brandon Lamar is by and large the clear choice for this appointment. I also want to emphasize that District 3 is comprised of 60% renters. And if appointed, Brandon would be, as far as I know, the only renter on this council. In a city that is about half renters, given the nature of this process, that it is an appointment instead of an election, I urge you to make a choice that actually represents the people who live in Pasadena, and in particular, those who live in Brandon's district. At the end of the day, he was outspent 50-1 in this election and still managed to get 40% of the votes. And I urge you to select Brandon Lamar for this position.
Thank you. We'll call Ed Washatka, followed by Maria Skelton, followed by Nicole Bernard, and then Callum Chisholm.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
We can. Go ahead, Ed.
Greetings. My name is Ed Washatka, and I'm a 43-year resident homeowner in District 3. I appeal to you this evening to appoint Brandon Lamar to succeed John Kennedy. Brandon's integrity and character separate him from other applicants, as he's demonstrated through his activism in support of social and economic justice. John Kennedy, in a post-election interview after the June primary, paid respect to Brandon for how he conducted his campaign and called him a change agent. Each aspirant talks about what he's going to do. Brandon is the candidate who has done it. His combined service on commissions and community-based organizations have made him the best prepared to meet the challenges ahead. We residents in District 3 know Brandon. He, in turn, knows what we want and need because he's walked door to door and listened to us. We know that Brandon stands for building more affordable housing because he's worked with other housing advocates calling for policy changes in the city's housing element. We know that Brandon stands for police reform because he's helped organize the community calling for the creation of the police commission and continues to monitor its progress. We know that Brandon stands for increased mental health services because he's advocated for expanding the HOPE and PORT teams. I don't recall there ever being a renter on the council. It's time to appoint a renter, someone who lives and understands the reality of renters, since they make up more than 60% of the residents in District 3, and as well as throughout the city. It's time for the majority of Pasadena residents who are like Brandon to have direct representation on the council. There are many voices weighing in on this appointment, and I encourage you to give special weight to District 3 residents. In June, we District 3 voters expressed who we wanted when we voted for John Kennedy first and Brandon Lamar second. Brandon is now the appropriate choice, and I urge you to appoint him the District 3 council member. Thank you.
Thank you. Maria Skelton, followed by Nicole Bernard. There's a card from Callum Chisholm, but that may be for a different meeting. So go ahead. Maria?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Maria Skelton. I stay in the San Fernando Valley. I have been an alternate for the assemblyman out here for many years. I have won Woman of the Year, Volunteer of the Year, and etc. Other awards. I've met Brandon when he was running for his campaign, and I can tell you, I have a son that's a little older than Brandon. I don't want to get choked up. Brandon did not judge me when I told him about the troubles that my son was going through, was going in and out of prison and jail, etc. He told me, when your son get out, let me speak to your son. Give me your son's phone number. And this was before my son was supposed to go in. Give me your son's phone number. Let me talk to your son. I truly wish that they could have had more time with each other. Y'all need people on your board that understand these young people that's making these changes. I'm not saying that the rest of the board doesn't understand the young people, but he gave his all. He did not judge me. He did not judge my son. He said, what can I do to help? And he did say, I got to get y'all to Pasadena. He did say that. But you have to have someone there that's willing to say, how can I help? And I heard the bell ring. I don't want to go over my time. But board, I have to tell y'all have to have that big smile from Brandon Lamar on your board and your meetings. And thank you.
Thank you very much. Nicole Bernard, followed by Callum Chisholm. Ms. Bernard? Are you able to unmute? There you go.
Good evening. Can you guys hear me?
We can. Go ahead, 2 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor Gorder and City Council members. My name is Ms. Bernard, and I'm a lifelong Pasadena resident and community advocate. I believe that Mr. Lamar is the best candidate to represent District 3. I've worked along Mr. Lamar since we were both youth coming up in Pasadena wanting to make a change up until currently as adults. This is someone who shows up, who has shown up, and who has always showed up in community regardless of if it's convenient for him or not. And let's not forget, he's the only person among those seeking appointment that has put his time and money up in order to try and win a seat that was in the most recent election. Mr. Lamar's passion is a reflection and dedication and commitment to his community. And let's not forget that tonight, 89 letters of support were submitted in favor of Mr. Lamar. And let's not also forget that almost 41% of District 3 residents voted for him in the most recent election. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't believe Callum Chisholm is in the meeting. Still no? All right. That completes public comment on this agenda item.
Okay. Thank you to all those who sent in correspondence, including emails, and who also participated in tonight's public comment. Next, I'll turn it over to the clerk to bring our first candidate. And the order will be Mr. Smith, Mr. Lamar, followed by Mr. Jones. And that was by lot. That order was determined by lot. Pastor Smith, welcome.
I'm going to set the clock for 7 minutes for when you start. So you have up to 7 minutes to make your initial presentation. Yeah, turn the mic on.
All right, test, test.
You're good.
All right, this should take about 5 minutes. I've timed it. So Mayor Gordo and esteemed members of the council, thank you for this opportunity to state my case for becoming the next council representative for District 3. And my time is short, so I won't repeat the information that you already have in my application package. And I'll be reading from this prepared script as opposed to my usual extemporaneous style. One of the most difficult things for me to do is to promote myself. But tonight it is necessary for this incredible opportunity. Most of my adult life has been dedicated to serving others, and this would be an amazing extension of that calling. When I first made my intentions known to apply for this seat, I was immediately characterized in certain media outlets as representing the old guard, which I have taken to mean that it was already known that I have the support of well-established business owners and citizens who have helped to shape this city into what it is today. They may even be thought of as Pasadena's gatekeepers. And that conclusion was reached before I even had the opportunity to share any of my positions. But I'm thankful to know that I have that support, especially since even those who don't really know me believe it to be true. But while I am supported by some of the notable names in the city, I also have the support of many people whose names you may never know. They all love Pasadena as much as I do, and they want to see it to continue to thrive for generations to come. Along with the information that I shared in my application, I have also been hands-on in neighborhood improvement projects and seeking to provide affordable housing through our Pasadena Friendship CDC, and I've sought to be a peacemaker in times of community unrest. I shouldn't be asked to apologize for being known in the various corners of this city and for the respect that I've earned from those people. I know how to lead, I'm willing to learn, and I will always listen, even to those who may disagree with me and with whom I may disagree. But that being said, there is one area where, respectfully, I believe that I may have a definite advantage over my co-applicants, and that is in the areas of influence and access. In the many years of my service to the city, I have earned the respect and, to some extent, the admiration of many influential people who have sought my input, my advice, and my personal counsel on many issues pertaining to Pasadena's well-being. They include former mayors and city council members of this city and other cities as well, former police chiefs and present command staff, along with many of the rank and file officers, captains of our local fire and county sheriff's departments, members of the board of directors for the Tournament of Roses, local business owners and real estate developers, many nonprofit organizations, both religious and secular, members of the California State Assembly, the U.S. House of Representatives, and the United States Senate. And lastly, Mr. John J. Kennedy himself. John intentionally sought me out to be involved in several of his community efforts, going so far as to delay the unveiling of the monuments at the 100 West Walnut property simply to accommodate my schedule. I also have the respect of John's family, who have asked me to speak at his memorial service tomorrow in front of this very building right here, Pasadena City Hall. John was a larger-than-life individual, and anyone following him would be presumptuous in assuming that they already know what to expect once they occupy that seat. Personally, I believe that all that anyone can honestly hope to do is to prepare themselves as best they can and to learn how to navigate that space as quickly as possible. Now, I don't mean to imply that I have received the personal endorsement for this seat for everyone that I've named on this list, though many of them have shared their approval with me in private conversations. But it is to suggest that these people know me by name, recognize my influence, and have allowed me access to speak and interact with them in ways that have already made a positive impact on the well-being of this city and beyond. Each of the three candidates being interviewed tonight bring a certain set of skills, talents, and personal beliefs. But I believe that my experiences and personal involvement with both the major stakeholders and the average citizens of Pasadena is something that should be taken into account when your final decisions are made. And to council members Andy Wilson and Jess Rivas, I would definitely follow the advice that you offered in Pasadena Now, to get to know and to listen to people of the district and to meet with council members to learn the secrets of your success. So I thank you for your time, and I look forward to working closely with all of you in the very near future. That concludes my prepared remarks, and I will take any questions.
Great. First, let me just say on behalf of the City Council and residents of District 3 and Pasadena in general, Pastor Smith, that we appreciate you and your colleagues for applying. I think it makes it a better process for all of us. And it takes a lot of guts to throw your name in a hat. And certainly you're talking to a group of people who know that. And so first and foremost, thank you for your willingness to be an applicant.
Thank you.
Questions?
Perfect. Pastor Smith, Councilmember Hampton here. Good to see you. I'm sorry I'm not there in person. I would have been there. Unfortunately, I came down with the COVID.
I hope you're feeling better, bro.
Me too. Well, brother, I know if you pray for me, I'll be feeling better. being a pastor and all, I'm just saying. What are the top 3 things you believe make Pasadena the unique and special place that you live in? And how will you, as a city council member, continue to build on that as well as enhance?
3 things. First thing that comes to mind would be, I think that Pasadena is very family oriented. You have families that have been a part of the city for a very, very long time, some of them with very, very deep roots. Some people have had to move on just because of some of the affordability issues. But I would say that primarily for me as a lifelong citizen, that Pasadena is a very family focused, family oriented. I think that even in some of the developments, that the assurance that there is green space for, you know, parks and for children to be raised. I think that that is one of the main things I think that makes Pasadena what it is. And I guess to tie with that would be the sense of community. I think that most of the citizens who I know are proud to live in the city of roses. You know, that there may even be a sense of like personal pride, like, oh, you live in Pasadena. It's like, yeah, you know, I mean, we are close enough to everything. We're just a few hours drive from the mountains, from the beach, from the downtown area, and yet we can kind of fall back to this place where kind of everybody knows everybody. That sense of community that I just even in talking with the other applicants, just got to realize that one of them, their family is related to my godparents. So the more you talk to people, the more you start realizing that kind of everybody knows everybody. And that is, I guess, 2 of the main reasons that I think that Pasadena is special. I'd have to search my mind for a 3rd one. Just the reality of Pasadena, of the Rose Parade, the Rose Bowl, the beauty of being who we are, the promise that we have of people being able to be a part, like me, you know, just an average citizen that you can step up and get involved in either in the local government or just in the activities of the city. I think that we've made it accessible for everyone, that if you have a desire to participate in anything, that there's a place for you. We still have a lot of work to do to make sure that everybody does feel like they are included in it. But again, off the top of my head, those would be 3 things. They all kind of sound like the same thing, really, just kind of respun. But I guess that would be hopefully an acceptable answer to your question.
It is. Thank you. I actually, there was a second part to that, and I just wanted to ask you, how would you enhance those things as a city council member?
Enhance it.
Or build upon it. You know, you mentioned, and if this, I don't know if this is okay, my colleagues, that was a part of the question. I didn't get you mentioned the 3 things, but you didn't say, you know, how to keep families here, how to build on the parts, you know, what your plan would be for that.
That I think is that has a lot of deeper elements to it. But I think that one thing that we can do is make sure that we listen to everybody in the city. There's still a mindset that sometimes it's a tale of 2 cities. Sometimes people can think it's still kind of the haves and the have-nots. It's those who are in places of privilege. As I stated in my opening comment, there can be kind of an old guard mindset and kind of a, you know, new and upcoming mindset. And I think that the only way for that to work well is for both of those parties to work together, to actually talk, to actively listen, to recognize where the problems are, to be willing to engage in the difficult conversations, again, with people that you may have a disagreement with. I think that sometimes some things grow to the place where they are because people aren't listening. Everybody's talking. Everybody thinks that they know what the answer is. And what I'm bringing to this council is there's a lot that I don't know. And just, you know, just in street parlance, game recognized game. You know when you're being hustled. You know when somebody is trying to sound like they know something that they don't. There's a lot that I don't know, and I'm willing to learn what I don't know so that I can speak from a position of a knowledge and not just what I think people want to hear, but what they need to hear and what we need to do. Again, I hope that was an adequate answer.
Thank you, Pastor.
Great.
Thank
I
you.
will,
I'm sorry. Ms. Williams?
yes, the second question
Yes.
that I have. So it's right?
You're
Yeah,
up.
okay, so I followed the directions. Thank you for being here, and thank you so much for your service to Pasadena. Really appreciated. So my question has to do with the general fund, which is the main source of discretionary funding for the city council. That's really, those are the funds that we can spend because they aren't allocated towards something specific. Have you reviewed the city's general fund, and are you familiar with where the city receives most of its money? And can you name a couple of those sources of
I
funding?
have not, and I do not.
Okay.
Just the simple answer is no to both.
Okay.
I have worked with budgets, but on a much smaller scale.
Mhm.
But as far as your specific questions, no to both. And I
What's the
apologize for
biggest bill that you pay to the city?
that. The biggest bill that I pay
Yeah, to the
um,
county, actually.
is my utility bill.
That's one of them. There you
I have a
go.
relatively, well, not necessarily a large house, but I like to be comfortable. And in older houses, they are
Yes.
very hard to heat and very hard to keep cool. So I'm looking at my energy usage, and I'm not on the most frugal side, but I'm not in the red either. We are trying to be mindful of our energy, our consumption, and I hope to learn where those funds go and come from, so I
Great,
can
thank you. That is one of the sources.
so I
you
can
got it.
spend them appropriately.
Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Next, Councilmember Masuda.
Thank you for being here. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me.
What do you perceive as three most important concerns facing District 3 and Pasadena?
3. I see that's going to be the number. I think again that the issues of affordable housing they affect everybody, and because of the specifics of the district, which again I'm beginning to acquaint myself more with, that affordability is a pressing problem for everyone as we're preparing to vote on rent control. Just the fact that is on the ballot and that people are talking about it, and it can become a very polarizing issue. I think that those are two of the main things that we need to look at. I believe that the city for years has gone from talking about low-income housing, which used to be some of the terminology that was used, and then it graduated to affordable housing, which I think is kind of an open-ended term, because if I can afford a $2 million home, but I can get it for $1 million, that's affordable to me. But what about the people on the low income scale? Are we actively building for them? Are we telling them one thing and doing another thing? I don't know, but I would really like to find out. Has the in lieu fee money that was generated by the developers that opted out of building affordability into their units, has that money been used? And where is it used? I know that there are some projects that I hear have affordability in it, but I would really like to know personally, and I think that the community itself would like to know, is the city living up to its commitment? Because I read it somewhere on one of our the websites that the city is committed to providing affordable housing for low and moderate income. That wording is written somewhere. Hear a lot about the affordability, but again, prices in the city are incredible. And I think that some of the issues of gentrification and the diminishing population of African Americans in the city needs to be spoken to also. Is that directly tied to affordability? Is it directly tied to the rent scale? Is it tied to any other things that the council can actually speak to? So I think that the affordable housing by way of home ownership, I think of the rent rates, whether that's through stabilization or through rent control, needs to be spoken to. And perhaps what is the driving force behind the ever shrinking African American numbers in this city? I believe that we were in the 20s not too long, the 20 percentile range not too long back, and I believe right now we're somewhere in the 8% range. And if that's not spoken to shortly, I think that number could very well dwindle even farther. So if those three will suffice, I will offer those as an answer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor. Next, Councilmember Rivas.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Smith, for joining us, for putting yourself out there for this position.
Thank you.
My question is, have you received the support or endorsement of any persons or groups for the position of Pasadena City Council member? If so, please identify them.
Could you repeat that again?
Sure. Have you received the support or endorsement of any persons or groups to be a council member? And if so, can you identify them?
Persons or groups? I kind of hesitate to put their names out there, but I think that one person that would not mind my calling their name would be State Assemblyman Chris Holden, who was actually the first person to approach me to put my name in. Lena Kennedy has very strongly supported me. The former president of this person asked me not to put their name out there. I would definitely call names, but I'm hesitant to, just because of the process. But I would actually prefer not to do that, for the sake that I did not get the express permission to call a person's name other than Assemblyman Holden. So again, out of respect for them, not out of any other reason, but not being able for them to say, yes, call my name.
Understood. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next is Councilmember Madison.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Pastor Smith, for being here. As we all know, your church is in my district.
Yes,
I
sir.
always enjoy my time
Yes.
there, and I admire much of the work that you've done, and
And we need to
respect
talk.
you. Pardon?
And we need to talk.
And I didn't not return your call out of personal animus. It was the
Absolutely
rules
understood.
that we put on ourselves.
Understood.
I do have a serious question, though, and this is just so you know, you probably were told already, but these are questions we're asking all the applicants.
Yes, sir.
But this question was actually one that I came up with, and I wanted to ask it, and it may have special application to you. So I want to give you a chance to address it, and that is, do you personally, politically, and professionally support our state and city laws and policies that provide that adults should have complete autonomy over their own sexual, reproductive, and romantic decision-making. That could include same-sex marriage, which is legal in our state. It includes abortion, which is protected in our state. And I would ask you please to consider, the three areas that we've tried to call out there: personally, politically, and professionally.
Could you ask the first part of that question again as it relates to the laws?
Yes, do you agree personally, professionally, and politically?
Yes.
So you agree that, for example, abortion is protected and is the right of a woman
Yes.
to choose to terminate a pregnancy, and you would support that here on the dais?
I would support the fact that it is law, and that I would defend the rights of people under any law to reap the benefits of those laws. And if it came to a vote on a legal matter, I would speak to what the law says, not to seek to overturn it, or not even to seek to argue the merits of a law.
Personally, do you agree with that?
Do I agree with the
The
fact that,
laws that support a woman's right to choose?
do I agree that it is a law?
No, sir. Do you agree with the policy that the law expresses?
I have, I think in the media, I've expressed my belief system, and my belief system governs my life. But I'm not called upon to impose my beliefs on anybody. I'm called upon, and would be called upon as a member of the council, to uphold the laws. I'm sure that there are things that members of this council may have very, very strong personal but beliefs on. But when it comes to the upholding of the law, you have to allow people to reap the benefits of that law. So my personal beliefs may differ as it relates to abortion. They may differ as it relates to marriage. Again, I have a biblical view, and that has shaped my life, everything aspect of my life, which would include loving people first and foremost. But to have a belief that differs, I do differ, perhaps with abortion, and that's a multifaceted question, because there are issues that might that my answers might shock some people. But I have and will continue to allow the realities of my faith expression to guide my life. But when it comes to, again, a person's right according to the laws, I'm bound by that. And my faith speaks that we obey the laws of the land, as long as they don't completely violate the laws that we have given by the Lord. So my beliefs may differ because I don't know the beliefs of everybody present, but my beliefs, as much as I possibly can, will line up or be subjected to or submitted to the legalities that come up in various instances.
We have limited time. I'll have an opportunity to come back to you, but I respect and appreciate your answer very much.
My intention was not to be evasive, but because it is definitely a multifaceted question, I would hope that folks would understand that just like everyone else has a belief system that guides them, I have one also. But it is the law that I would seek to uphold in this position.
But you understand that you'd have an opportunity to make law as a member of this council.
I also understand that I have just one vote. So there may be a multitude of things that I may express my opinion on, and that may be one of them. But when at the end of the day, it would be what the collective wisdom of the council would speak.
Okay, I have limited time, so thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Madison. And you're free to return to the subject, or as any other member of the council might be or is. Next, Vice Mayor Wilson.
Pastor Smith, nice to meet you. I don't know if we've ever met. So.
And you as well, but I will take your advice.
Good, excellent. Well, once again, thank you for being here, and thank you for putting your name in the hat or in the ring here. My question will maybe a little bit easier. You have obviously an august career running a well-esteemed church. And my question is, where do you see yourself in the next 10 years, both politically and civically? What are your aspirations, and trying to understand kind of your intent of serving on the council?
I see myself retired from pastoral service, and there's reasons for that. I never want to say.
Is that imminent? Is that
pending?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
No. So like anyone from Friendship that's watching, like this is not my
It's like
not a swan song.
He dropped the bomb.
No, my desire is to be of effective service as long as I can, wherever I can. My intent is to continue, if indeed chosen, to be a part, an active part, and a contributing part to this council. Having never sat in those seats where you sit, I think and I believe that I could be an asset to it. But again, I would not want to be in a place and then learn or find that I can't actively contribute to the well-being. So my intent is to stay committed to this process for however long that is. But I can't say 100%, but my 89.75% is that, yes, I plan on being a part of this process for quite a while.
I like the precision in your estimation. 89%. Excellent.
Yes.
And by the way, there is, speaking of someone who was appointed, there is benefit to seeing how the council works, seeing how the chemistry works from the other side of the dais, before going through can be a very arduous, at least was for me, election process. So it's kind of a unique opportunity to try it out, especially because we have 2 time frames here in this unique circumstance. And I think part of my question is also, did you have any aspirations? Is it your first step into a illustrious political career, or have you thought about that at all?
In all candor and all honesty, until the day John Kennedy passed, this me standing here was nowhere on my radar. When I was approached by Assemblyman Holden, and he told me what he told me, I said maybe he needed to check his thinking, because it was not on my radar. But I thought about it. I prayed about it. I talked to a multitude of people, and I just believe that this is an extension of service. I love Pasadena. I love to serve people, and to be able to be able to sit on a city council of the city I was raised in is beyond. It is funny and it's amazing. And the fact that City Hall is in the 3rd district is another interesting and comical thing for me, because I used to run around the city. Wasn't a terrible person, but I wasn't the best person either. But to be in this place now to give genuine counsel to the direction of this city is awe-inspiring, and I'm grateful for the opportunity.
Thank you for considering it.
Thank you, sir.
The question is somewhat unfair because it asks for the next 10 years, and I've often said to people that politicians live their lives in increments of 4. So we're asking you to do more than we do. Okay, next. It's me. So, Pastor, on the current council, we have former planning commissioners, business people, attorneys, and others. What background, experience, knowledge, or perspective do you bring to improve the council, and why? Please specify if any of this experience has occurred in Pasadena.
Leading a church is very similar to being involved in government, because you have a lot of politics that show up. You're dealing with a multitude of people and their opinions, their feelings, and you have to learn how to navigate when to push an issue, when not to push an issue. You learn to cry with people. You learn where you need to dig your heels in, the hill to die on, so to speak. But you also start realizing that people have to trust you. And I believe that I have built an incredible amount of trust, not only with the church that I pastor, but in the city. I believe people see me for who I am, and have kind of seen a steadiness in my leadership. Leadership, again, for me, is not just the seat that you sit in; it's the people that you have influence with. Sometimes positional leadership is actually the weakest, because I'm sure that you know that it's the phone call that's in your ear that says that I agree or disagree, that can actually cause you to lean one way or the other. And I have been a part of that process. I've seen Pasadena change dramatically. I believe I may be one of the oldest folks in this room, which is not something that I take lightly. But in my 63 years of life here in Pasadena, I've seen some changes for the good and for the not so good. And for somebody that has not been enmeshed in the political spectrum, I think that I can bring a perspective of just an average citizen who has led people and who listens to people, to be able to bring that energy and that influence to the council. I hope that answered your question.
Very, very well. Thank you. And as someone who ran around with you 30 years ago, you were one of the good guys.
Thank you, sir. And I think you know where the bodies are buried, so we'll keep that to ourselves.
Well, well, yeah, you're the pastor, not me. Thank you, Pastor. And it has been a privilege growing up with you.
Thank you, sir.
Pasadena. I think that completes
the scripted questions. Now we would go to giving each council member up to 3 minutes in the order of Vice Mayor Wilson, Councilmember Madison, Councilmember Rivas, Councilmember Masuda, Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Hampton, and last Mayor Gordo.
Yeah, and so on this round, Pastor, we're going to reverse the order.
Okay.
So I guess I'm up again. You actually started answering. I have two questions for you. 63 years in Pasadena, involved in a church, but in the community. I'm curious, for my edification, given your unique vantage point, what you observed in terms of something that maybe we've lost in that 63 years, and kind of maybe something we've gained. I'm trying to get your big picture on kind of the arc of Pasadena from your unique perspective.
Well, again, I guess that I would speak from an African American position. When I was coming up, there were very many Black-owned businesses, from dry cleaners to corner stores. A lot of again, with my father bought and sold and maintained houses. So there was like a network of skilled craftsmen, painters and carpenters, and people that you could call upon within that specific community. And while many of those people, those families are still here, many of them are older. They're like from, again, my father was born in 1901, so his generation has passed, but those families remain. And I guess I struggle to see that same sense of not just living here, but having a stake in the community and looking around and finding those businesses. There are Black-owned businesses, and that is to be commended. But that sense that I remember the restaurants and the dry cleaners, and my godparents are the Valentines, Woods Valentine. So that sense of community from that vantage point has changed. But I believe that there still is, as I said earlier, there still is a there still is a sense of family that even amongst the areas that have been gentrified, that people still try to connect to the existing neighbors, at least where I live. You know, we still talk to our neighbors and, I talk to anybody anyway. So like, even if you don't want to talk to me, that's a reason why I talk to you. But I think that is one thing, again, with the dwindling population of African Americans. Like, what can we do intentionally? And I would go ahead and jump perhaps to the 710 stub, which may or may not, be part of this. That is an incredible opportunity where a lot of people of color were displaced from that area. That's Friendships. That's our church's our backyard. And so to live up to the affordability, that could be an incredible target where minority businesses and where there is an intentional
Pastor, we're at about
rebuilding of that. So, yeah.
Thank you for the response. Much
Sorry.
appreciated.
Should I be looking at this number in front
Well,
of
you
me?
know, we'll ring a bell. Yeah. The clerk misses his bell.
Yeah,
Right.
so
I don't.
I'll ring the bell to give you a 30-second heads
Oh,
up that it's
all right.
about to expire.
I don't respond well to bells.
Thank you.
I will tell you, and I loved him, but your predecessor didn't look at that number, so.
Oh, no. And Mayor Gordo, we have talked, the council owes me about 45 minutes due to John Kennedy's going to certain events and exceeding his 3 minutes. So I told him I was going to charge it to the council, but we'll have that conversation later. I'm sorry.
I told you use some of that up at a service.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, it's Mr. Madison.
Thank you. And you're speaking my language, as you know, Pastor, when you talk about the 710 stub, and we really do have an exciting opportunity there to repatriate communities that were displaced. And I know
I love that term.
that we're both going to be part of that, no matter what. One quick question was, I noticed in your application, and I don't want to identify the person, but that you're related to a police officer, Pasadena police officer.
Yes.
And could you just describe the nature of that relationship?
Brother-in-law.
Brother-in-law.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So we really can't draw any conclusions about whether you like him or don't like him, or, he's your brother-in-law. You're making it difficult for us.
He is my brother in love is a better term.
Thank you for that. I want to come back to this difficult question that we talked about just a minute ago. And we talked a lot about reproductive rights, but not so much about sexual orientation. I'm sure you'll recall we had a very unfortunate incident here where a department head was and actually was ordained in his private life and was sermonizing about sexual orientation and ended up leaving the city behind that. Do you see how painful it can be for people who are LGBTQ to hear persons in a position of leadership condemn them, how dangerous it is for them, how it could even lead to violence against them?
I understand the current temperature in regards to the LGBTQ community is extremely heated, and perhaps for good reason, due to the fact that there has been violence that has found its way to that community. And I by no means condone it. And I would hope that nothing that I would say would either, whether it's in a sermon or whether it's just in my conversation, that would cause anybody to feel any way other than the environment that I speak it in. As a pastor, I speak in an environment, again, that is based in the Bible. And so when it comes to sexual orientation, I would be equally straight on people who commit adultery, people who have sex outside of marriage, because that, again, there are biblical bounds. But I would not condemn a person for their choices. And again, I would not force my opinion on anyone. As freely as someone would share their views with me, I will share mine with them, and hopefully we can get along and wish each other well. And in the end of it all, I have no heaven to put you in or hell to keep you out of. And so I would love and respect everybody for the choices that they make, no matter what it is.
And you understand, even in that answer, we're talking past one another, because for those who support LGBTQ
Yes.
equal rights,
yes,
we don't view that as a choice. We view it as God made those people who they are.
Mr. Madison,
right.
We're
okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you.
And I would love to have that conversation deeper after this. Yes,
Thank
sir.
you. Next.
Councilmember Rivas.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for that response. I have a similar question, so you have an opportunity to discuss a bit further. I don't think you've specifically addressed it yet publicly, so I want to make sure you have an opportunity to do that. It was raised in a written public comment from someone from the San Gabriel Valley LGBTQ Center. And just as a preface, many of us know, and Councilmember Mattis had alluded to, transgender people are among the most vulnerable in our society. According to a 2021 study by the Williams Institute at UCLA School of Law, transgender people are over 4 times more likely than cisgender people to experience violent victimization, including rape, sexual assault, aggravated or simple assault. You gave a sermon back in June in which you stated that gender fluidity and gender identity were an assault on manhood and masculinity. And you used that word assault multiple times. What I found most concerning was that you went kind of a step further in casting this assault almost as what sounded like an existential threat. You use the phrase that it's a spiritual and societal shift that might just be impossible to recover from. Now, unfortunately, we all know the danger of otherizing different groups and making threats out of marginalized groups from throughout history and up to today. And we've seen how it can lead to violence and oppression of those groups. Now, I know that that wasn't your intent, and I'm grateful for that. But the words we use matter. And so what I'm kind of struggling with, and what I'd love to hear you address and expound upon, is that you've apparently used your public role to otherize and cast some as a threat, but specifically the most vulnerable residents of our community. So how can residents of D3 and the entire city know you'll represent everyone and make them feel included, as you said earlier in one of your responses?
Okay. I have pastored, actually pastored people who
Mayor,
have.
These questions, it seem like Christianity's, really at a courtroom right now. And this doesn't seem, these aren't questions that are asked of us as city council members. His religion should not be on trial. Religion should not be on trial today. And it seems these questions unfortunately, from Councilmember Madison and Councilmember Rivas at this point look like Christianity's on trial. And I object to this in these questions. I'm not a member of his church, but I do know that things are said in churches, and this is his First Amendment right. And he has told you over and over again that he loves and cares about people, and he's going to treat them like human beings. And there's still an attack on what he does as his profession, as a pastor at a church.
May I just briefly respond? And I understand your concern, and I hear you. And my concern with this question, and that was raised by a public commenter, I don't think is, I understand it's your right. And actually it's as a pastor, your job is to instill your beliefs in your community and your congregation. That's not my concern. My concern is that some of the language that can be used can have effects beyond your congregation in our community. So that's kind of where my concern stems from, and I think the folks who raised it as well in the public comment.
And respectfully to anyone that has that concern, of all the things that I may be quoted on, things that may be questionable, or things that might be considered hateful, I hope that people will quote this also. My faith commands me to love people the way that Jesus loved me. And that means that there were people that didn't love Jesus, that stoned him, that killed him, literally killed him. And yet he loved them anyway. And he commands me to love that same way. So no matter who comes across my path, I'm going to treat you with the absolute respect and dignity that you deserve as a human being, no matter what your identity may be. That's first and foremost. I have pastored people who have come to me and told me plainly that they were gay. Some of them said they struggled with it. Some of them fully embraced it. And I told them the same thing. I'm going to love you. I'm going to treat you with the dignity and respect, but I'm also going to inform you what our faith, what you say that your faith is, teaches. And at the end of the day, I'm not your judge. I can't judge you at all, but I'm compelled by my faith and my position to share with you this truth that you can either accept or reject. I wish you no harm. I have no hatred for anybody. I have no phobia. I have no irrational fear of anyone. And if they would take time to talk to me and actually discuss with me, then they'll learn. I'm going to meet you and greet you first and foremost with genuine, not artificial, but genuine love and respect. And I would just ask for the same.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next.
It's Councilmember Masuda.
Again, thank you for your answers. You spoke several times about sense of community. How would you encourage residents to learn about the sense of community?
I think that sometimes people are afraid to deal with the fact that we all come from different places. We have different cultural backgrounds. And I've heard people say, and I believe I understand their intention when they say, I don't see color. I think that is a desire for them to not categorize people. But I think that by doing that, you rob yourself of understanding a person's cultural paradigm. Like, where do they come from? What makes you who you are? What is your identity? Take time to learn. And I think sometimes that when people realize that you've taken the time to try to understand them for who they are and what makes them who they are, you can actually build a relationship that's not a superficial one. Like I love learning about different cultures. I love learning what people's full names are. You know, people who may not have a European identity, they may have a difficult name that's actually, it's difficult to say. I want to learn how to say it. I want to learn so I can look you in your eye and call you by the name that your mother gave you, call you by the name that your country, you know, speaks to you. What is the value of it? And I think that learning who people are, taking time to spend time with people different from yourselves, being intentional. That's who I am. Like I walk across the street and I love talking to people who don't look like me, who may wonder why I'm coming across the street. They may clutch their purse when they see me. But when we talk, that sense of fear many times just vanishes. We walk by people and don't even say hi because we've got our earbuds in or we're looking at our cell phone. We've lost that sense of interpersonal connection, and the internet just drives it. You can have 1,000 friends on Facebook and not know any of them. You know, that's the reality of this world. So taking time to know people is super important. Talk to your neighbors. Do you know who lives next door to you? I have neighbors that I'm convinced still don't know my name because they call me buddy and friend, and that's absolutely cool. But I can call each and every one of them by their name, and it just shows that I love them. They're Raider fans, so I pray for them. But you know,
I want to clarify something for you. You're not the oldest person in this room.
Oh. I yield to my elders, sir.
Councilmember Williams.
Thank you. So My question has to do with several of the letters that we received identified historic preservation as a top concern in District 3. And District 3 is home to more than 10 historic or landmark districts. So I just wanted to see if you could discuss your experience with historic preservation and how you would provide support to the city's historic and landmark districts.
Well, as the pastor of the oldest Black Baptist church in the city, historic preservation is like ingrained in my being. That's another thing that makes Pasadena what it is rich history. Like being able to go to a specific part of the city and realize that there's a history there, there's a heritage there, and that's one thing that I celebrate Councilman Kennedy for, was that in the building of the 100 West Walnut property, he spearheaded, as far as I know, the monuments that spoke to the people of color that lived there, the Latinos, the African Americans, the Asian community, and there are like kiosk style markers for that history. So anything that speaks to history should be preserved, but it also shouldn't be seen as like such an anchor that you can't move forward, because sometimes people are so attached to their history that the need for growth or the need for change sometimes gets lost. And so you have something that is meaningful to a generation like mine, who may have helped to build it, but you have a generation of other people that have no clue as to why it is what it is. So to educate people on history is vitally important, and to defend those landmarks that speak to the city's history is imperative. But also there needs to be room for growth and change. So how you weigh those two out, I think that's where the collective wisdom of a council and perhaps outside voices who may know more than we know can help to shape what needs to happen in various places.
Councilmember Hampton.
I'd just like to say, Pastor, you have demonstrated your ability to show yourself to be a man of faith, but not only a man of faith, but someone who loves all people. And I'm grateful to know you. I don't have a follow-up question, but I just wanted to just share that with you, and I'm glad that you have decided to apply.
Thank you, my friend, and I hope you feel better, because you look amazing.
Mayor Gordo.
That's just when he's feeling sick. He's always looking great. Pastor, as you know, Pasadena is a very diverse place, and the district that you seek to represent is likely one of the most diverse districts. I live across the street from District 3, right on the border of District 5, and there are people from all walks of life, and socioeconomic, religious, different parts of the world, different languages, and particularly monolingual Spanish speakers in this case in District 3. Talk a little bit about your ability to bring people together and your experience dealing with a diverse community.
Well, the first thing that came to mind was high school. I'm a proud Mustang.
Next.
Of John Muir High School. However, I married someone from the other side of town, so there's that. But in the 70s, when when we were bused to various communities, forced integration. Muir was an incredible place to go to school because we were incredibly diverse. That particular era was really a fantastic time to grow up, and I personally have learned how to interact with anyone who wants to interact with me. And sometimes just being that kind of person, it invites other people into that dialogue. It invites other people into those safe places where they can be themselves, but be mindful and respectful of other people. I just go back to that question of like not seeing color. I choose to see color. I'll ask people what the meaning of their name is. As a matter of fact, the gentleman that's in the back, whose name is like Hammer, but it starts with a T.
Hammer.
Yeah, he's from Jordan, and he told me that his name meant Tommy, like in English. And I told him that he needed to change that to like Mighty Mountain of you know what I mean, just to do that. So I think just getting to know people and bringing people together is something that I have done and something that I love doing, and I'll continue to do.
Thank you, Pastor.
Okay,
I
that
think that-
completes this interview process. I will bring you back and bring in the next applicant.
And thank you all for your questions and your time, and I look forward to whatever the future holds. Again, thank you.
And again, on behalf of the entire council and residents of District 3 in the city, thank you for your willingness to stand here and answer questions. I have to say, this is maybe even a tougher process than going through the electoral process, where we have the benefit of learning from one forum to another, from one neighbor to another. This is a tough process, and well done.
Thank you all.
Mayor, can we take a short comfort break, like a minute or two?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Why don't we take a quick break?
Yes, understood. You can come in, we'll get you situated at the podium. Speakers on. This one move your PowerPoint forward, okay? Yeah, we should go ahead and put it up now. So move your PowerPoint forward. Just, sorry, hold on a second, I keep doing that. Nope. It is now.
A few more breaks and we'll be in pizza territory.
I forgot about that pizza.
I remember the rule. Yeah. Yeah. I think
That's an upgrade.
David and Nick stepped out still. Yeah. Okay.
I think we're back, and Mr. Lamar. Oh, is Mr. Hampton on?
I believe Mr. Hampton's there.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Lamar, I'm going to give you a timer up to 7 minutes for your presentation, and then it'll follow by council asking questions. Each council member will ask you a question, a set question, and then they'll be followed by council follow-ups.
Mr. Lamar, before you start, let me just say on behalf of the city council that and residents of District 3 and the city as a whole, that we appreciate your willingness to be an applicant, to help the process by simply being an applicant, but certainly your service to the community like that of your colleagues, and your courage to be willing to stand up here and be questioned. So thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. All right. Ready?
Yep, you can begin.
Right. Hello, everyone. My name is Brandon Lamar, and glad to be here tonight. I am born and raised here in Pasadena. Went to PUSD schools, graduated from Pasadena, worked here, lived here for my time for 30 years. I'm 30 years old, and I'm a proud 30-year-old resident of Pasadena. But today I'm excited to be here, and just want to set the elephant in the room first, is that I understand I did run a campaign right before, and so most of you all probably heard most of what I said in the campaign. But tonight I want to share something a little differently, and I want to go deeper into who I am. So a couple of things that I'm going to be sharing today is number one, why I'm here. Number two, my roots and my focus. Number three, my background. And number four, I'm going to be sharing with you all why I feel that I'm the best applicant. So why I'm here. District 3 houses the best of Pasadena within these boundaries. And of course, I'm kind of biased because I live there. But it needs continued care, attention, and resources to ensure its future as a rich and full potential as its past. District faces challenges of affordability, safety, homelessness, and connection that threatens its overall health. As a longtime resident of Pasadena and of District 3, and passionate citizen of Pasadena, I believe that I have the capacity and responsibility to help build our city and the district to support a healthy, sustainable life for every resident, regardless of their income or advantage. And this is starting with my background. So here's my roots. There's a picture that you see on the screen. That's my parents, my mom, my dad. My dad is born and raised in Dallas, Texas. He moved to California when he was 18 years old and been living here ever since. And now he never wants to go back to Texas ever again. My mom, born and raised in Pasadena, she actually, just like my great grandmother and my grandmother, lived in District 3 as a kid growing up. And so her roots run deep in District 3 as well. And so this is my life. I've been here my entire life. What's important to me is, of course, my root starts also with representation, and not in particular order that you see on the screen, but as I already stated, I'm a PUSD graduate. I was very involved as a young person in my community, in my district, from being a part of Park and Recreation Youth Ambassadors to even a part of the Youth Council. And I really enjoyed myself, and that's where I started to learn really how city works and how governing works. And then I started working for the city of Pasadena, which changed a whole lot. So I worked as a contractor for the NOW program, Neighborhood Outreach Workers Program, and then also with the city. And then as part of the representation as well, I'm on the commission. I've been on the Human Relations Commission for the last 7 years, and last 2 years, or going into 2 years now, I've been the chair. And so I've been having a good time. I've also served in my roots as an advisor to organizations such as Harambe, Flint Red Center, and Day One Pasadena. Some of the things that we focused on with them was, of course, teen drunk driving and awareness to their programs into the community and what they provide to the community. And then I am also a proud board member for 3 local organizations who serve our Pasadena body as well. And those organizations are Pasadena NAACP, Leadership Pasadena, and Pasadena's Organizing for Progress. What probably most people know me as is an advocate. I'm very strong in my voice and what I believe, and to share the concerns of my community members. And so I've advocated for affordable housing, public safety, economic development, and of course, climate change. My focus is to support families, youth, businesses, and our community all together, to share a voice. I believe that every constituent in Pasadena, residents and businesses, has to have their voices and their concerns shared. And I believe that I am that person to share that. Everyone deserves not to just feel like they're heard or like their voice matters, but I believe that everyone needs to understand that their voice matters, and that's a difference. For homeless, at-risk youth, low-income families, and youth affected by poverty and violence who need someone to speak to and for and with them, it is my desire to bring all of my constituents' voices together and advocate for them in City Council. My focus is also development of our workforce, services, departments, and community to ensure a prosperous, engaging city. And then, of course, collaboration with our public, private, and nonprofit sectors. I believe we can solve all of our problems if we just collaborate together. My resume. So I am dedicated to social services. I'm dedicated to social services, and what I believe social services has taught me is that everyone matters and no one is worth being left behind. It has also taught me that collaboration is how we get the job done. Through my positions, I've overseen and managed multi-million-dollar contracts, grants, and budgets. Serving as a director in many capacities, I know what it is like and what it is to make sure that your staff are trained and have the right training and oversight. And I think I can bring that as a positive asset as well to the City Council. So as you see on the screen, in District 3 specifically, I have worked for the City of Pasadena at GRC as a neighborhood outreach worker. And then, oh, okay, then I went, you see it, so I'll speed along. These are some of the things that I've heard from constituents in the city, in our district, and they're right there with permission. Here's my why. I believe in representation, the voter confidence. As you all know, in the last election, I received over 40% of the votes. And even though I did not win, I still believe that every vote still matters, and every vote in our city is a voice. And we have to understand and respect that whether someone wins or loses, that the constituents in that district, their voice still matters. Also is diversification. As a millennial candidate or applicant with a modest income needed to perspective to this council and on this diocese, with an average age of 38 and a median household income of 85,000 in the city, all of our residents need someone who shares some of their life experience representing their district. And last but not least, this is my commitments. Accountability you can count on, of course, critical thinking on community concerns, dialogue before decision making, and collaborative leadership. These are all things that I believe in and how I guide my life and my experiences in Pasadena. Also, the picture that you see here is from an event that I helped organize in front of City Hall to bring our community together. And those are all the people who showed up. And this is a picture from one of my childhood friends that took it from a drone. And that's my presentation to you all tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Lamar. First question is from Mr. Hampton.
Mr. Lamar, good to see you. Thank you so much for taking on the challenge of for this appointment. I have a quick question for you. And this question is something that is near and dear to me and you. We both were born and raised here, and I know your grandmother, I know your family very well. But what are the three biggest attributes to the city of Pasadena that makes Pasadena great, or as we call it, the Dina, that make them great, and how would you continue to build on them?
I think number one for me is how diverse our community is. You have people from different backgrounds, we all look differently. We have different education, we have different focuses of what we do in life. And I think how diverse we are is really brings a light to how great Pasadena is. Number two, I would say our resources. Through my job and my occupation, I've been able to travel across the United States, and Pasadena is one of a kind with the resources that we have available to our constituents and to our city. So it's very important that our diversity continues, and it's important to me that we continue to serve our families, our individuals, our community with the resources that they need. And the last thing that I think is so important and thing that makes Pasadena very unique is Pasadena is not afraid to stand up for what it believes. And what I mean by that is our neighbors, our constituents, our businesses are not afraid to call in on Monday mornings. They're not afraid to share their voices. They're not afraid to say what's going on, whether it's a concern or a solution. And I think that is what makes Pasadena unique as well, is that we have an open door policy where our neighbors and constituents can share their concern, and that we actually listen to them.
There's a part two to that question, and it's
yes, sir.
How do you continue to build on those items?
So for me, I continue to build because so on those items, I believe that it's important to keep diversity. I believe it's important to keep resources, and for all three of them, I think that for me to build is really to connect with my district and to really hear what their concerns are and what resources that they need. And how to continue working to making sure that the diverse families that live here in Pasadena have an opportunity to stay here in Pasadena. So whether that's more affordable housing, whether that's bringing what their concerns are here to the district, whether it's public safety or it's transportation, making sure that they all have a voice, and making sure that we can definitely work together as a collaborative board and a collaborative community as one Pasadena to bring all their concerns to the district. So I think number one for me is making sure that all of our community members have that voice. And I think that's important when it comes to collaborating. I think that's important when it comes to keeping our city diverse. And I think that's important to keeping our city connected to resources, whether it's jobs, whether it's businesses, and the list goes on.
Thank you, Mr. Lamar. I really appreciate it. And you mentioned in your remarks in the beginning that you were known as an activist. I've always known you as the pastor or co-pastor in your grandmother's church. So,
thank you. Not a pastor. I'm gonna leave that to the pastors, but I have a little bit of grace as being an executive pastor of my church.
Great. So I will go with the next question. Thank you so much for being here. Thanks for throwing your hat in the ring.
Thank you.
And my question has to do with the general fund, which is the main source of discretionary funding for the city council. So I'm wondering if you've had a chance to review the city's general fund, and are you familiar with where the city receives its funding and what the key sources of funding are?
So I do know that the city fund is about $300 million. One of the organizations that I now chair, POP, we actually did a breakdown of the budget. So I know it goes to sales. I know it goes to buildings. I know it goes, of course, to salaries. And of course, it goes to, not salaries, sorry. It goes to sales. It goes to buildings. And there's one more that I forgot, but I know that the budget is about 300 million.
Okay, and so the revenue sources,
Revenue
those are the
sources.
revenue sources you're
Yes.
identifying? Okay, perfect. That's my question. Thanks.
Next, Councilmember Rivas. I'm sorry, I've got the wrong.
Mr. Masuda.
Mr. Masuda. I jumped to the, thank you.
We want to keep everybody on track here.
Yeah,
It's all
thank you.
right.
Some of us need more.
We all need it. It's
more
been a long day.
Watching than others.
Thank you so much for being here and for running for this seat. What do you perceive as the three most important concerns facing District 3 and the city of Pasadena?
So my three concerns are all in together. I think number one is affordable housing. Is that we have being a person that has graciously knocked on every door. I see the conditions of our families. I also see families that I knocked on doors in January to June, and their same families are not there anymore. And so lack of affordable housing and affordability here in the city is number one for me. Second, I believe, and it's across the board around our city, is public safety. Not just public safety when it comes to our police department, but also public safety when it comes to our homeless population, for our port team and our HOPE team. I think also public safety when it comes to families being able to walk to school and to work safely, and for constituents being able to bike to work or to the grocery store. So public safety for me encompass all of that. And then I think the last issue that I've heard a lot of is homelessness, and really tackling our homeless issue that we're having. I was fortunate enough and glad I was able to volunteer my time to be able to actually go out and take part in 3 of the last homeless counts. And I take it an honor to be able to go, and because I consider them our neighbors as well. And so hearing their voices and what their concerns are and the resources that they need. So those are the 3 that I think, and I believe, not only that me personally, that I believe and think, but also those are the top 3 that I've heard from the people that I've knocked on doors.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ms. Rivas?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And good to see you, Mr. Lamar, and thank you again for stepping up and going through this process. Have you received the support or endorsement of any persons or groups for the position of Pasadena City Council member? If so, please identify them.
Yes, so I've received, can I clarify, is this as an appointee or as in general?
I guess you're in a unique position where you had
Yeah.
other endorsements, but I suppose start with the appointment process.
Okay, well, I guess I can still mention them because they wrote letters of support. So I have endorsements from Black Los Angeles Young Democrats, from Pasadena Foothill Democrats, from Pasadena San Gabriel, Planned Parenthood, and then I have endorsements from Feel the Burn campaign, or Feel the Burn, actually Democratic group, and also for the Democrats of Protective Animals for Los Angeles County, and San Fernando Valley Democrats as well. So those are all organizations that I've had endorsements from. Locally, from what I know and read, as far as my appointment process, the only endorsement to, or I wouldn't say endorsement, but support to add on that is from Pablo from Indalon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Madison.
Thank you, Mr. Lamar. My question is one that we're asking, all these questions we're asking all of the applicants. So do you personally, politically, and professionally, I would ask you to think about each of those separately, support California and our city's laws and policies regarding adults having complete autonomy over their reproductive rights, sexual behavior, romantic behavior. Obviously, we're talking about consenting adults and things like same-sex marriage, the right of a woman to seek an abortion if she makes that decision.
So here's my answer. My answer is yes. And it took me a while to get to that position. Coming from the church and coming from the background that I have, it wasn't until I actually started in the workforce and I've had clients that has, let's say, been misused or mishandled. And the only way for them to continue with their sanity was to have an abortion. Or so I've seen it now at a personal level, which allowed me to change my views on a lot. So I am an advocate now for pro-choice. I am an advocate now for abortion. And it's because of what I've seen and the lives that I've helped and experienced, especially working in social services. And so, yes, I am an advocate for it and I do support it. And I think that's also one of the reasons why I did get the endorsement from the Planned Parenthood, Pasadena and San Gabriel, is because of that. And I make sure that I say that it's because of my background that it was hard for me, but it's also because of my experience and my clients' experience and knowing the resources that they needed, which changed my views on a lot of it.
Okay, and I'm not hearing anything in your answer that would limit it to certain circumstances.
Everything
You
that
support the right of a woman,
right,
or any person for that matter.
Right.
And the same question with regard to sexual identity.
Yes, I think it goes with pro-choice. Everybody has their choice, and everybody has their ability to be who they are and who they say they are. And I think we all have to respect that identity.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Brandon. It's Andy.
Hello.
Welcome. Thanks for being here, by the way. Obviously, very well qualified. I have to say, I'm a huge fan of Leadership Pasadena and Kaya.
Thank you.
I was through that program probably, I won't tell you how long before you were, but I think very highly and encourage people who have a civic interest to go through that program. And I'm glad you participate in the homeless count, which I do every year. I think it's a great way to connect to our part of our population, understand them and humanize folks who are often in need. My question is about you and where you see yourself going. So I asked you to think about where you imagine yourself in the next 5 or 10 years, both professionally and as a civically involved person. What's your path?
To be honest, professionally, I see myself doing what I'm doing now. I love my job. My job gave me the freedom and the flexibility to work full time and to be able to run and have that flexibility to do so. My job gave me ability to be here and the flexibility to be here at 4:30 on time. And so I will be doing exactly what I'm doing right now, serving in the capacity that I'm doing right now. When it comes to community and civically, that's my answer as well. I believe in community. I believe in collaboration. I believe in partnerships. I believe in the services and the organizations that we have here in Pasadena. And I believe in actually spreading those resources out to all of Pasadena. Because, you know, as all of you probably have heard, there's a lot of resources that we have that some people might just either they overlook or they didn't get the email or they didn't get to see it on social media. And so really finding more ways to really impact and engage community so that they know what our great city has to offer. So to answer your question, I'll be doing what I'm doing right now. I absolutely love what I do.
So no great aspirations for Sacramento?
No, I don't. Right. I mean, I can be honest and say not right now. You know, president is not in my future. I don't, you know, it's
You got to
too
think
much,
big, Brandon.
too much with it, right? I think big is right where I am right now. And making sure every day is the best day that I anticipate it to be.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
I'm up. So, Mr. Lamar, on the current council, we have former planning commissioners, business people, attorneys, and others. What background, experience, knowledge, or perspective do you bring to improve the council and why? And please specify if any of this experience has occurred in Pasadena.
Absolutely. So in regards to education, my background is in criminal justice. I also have certifications as far as like mental health certifications. And I have certification in business management as well. For me, that's educationally. In regards to the rest of it, I believe my connections with the community and my time spent as advocating, also my time spent as board member of NAACP, as Pasadena Organizing for Progress, actually really advocating and being an activist for certain issues that are happening in Pasadena. And of course, my as being a board member of Leadership Pasadena, making sure that we help to develop our next leaders in Pasadena, no matter what age they are. In regards to Pasadena, Leadership Pasadena, I played the intricate role of actually opening our services and our doors to actually younger people. So typically it was, I believe, from the ages of 18 and up, and now we actually serve high school and college students as well. But really, I think most of my experience come from being in the community, hearing directly what the community has to say. I think everyone here probably has seen me at some event, and probably quite often. And some of those events probably wasn't pleasing, but I promise you I was pleasing. And I think that's really what it is. And I think that speaks to my character, willing to go and hear what the community has to say, what my constituents have to say, and actually not being afraid to voice what all of them say and bring it back to the table. And understanding that at times we can agree to disagree. We don't have to agree on everything. The community doesn't have to agree on everything. Dias doesn't have to agree on everything, and being okay with that. That at the end of the day, I believe that we're all here because we want to see not only our districts thrive, but we all want to see Pasadena thrive altogether.
And we have seen you at lots of events, and I want to thank you for your willingness to participate in many events.
Thank you.
So now we will move on to the unscripted questions. Each council member will be allowed up to 3 minutes to ask follow-up questions that may pertain to your applicant's presentation, your material, your application materials, or follow up to the scripted questions that you just answered. And so at 30 seconds, I'll ring a bell just so you know to try and wrap up your comments. And the first, and we're going to do in reverse order. Vice Mayor Wilson, followed by Councilmember Madison, Rivas, Masuda, Williams, Hampton, and then Mayor Gordo to finish. So it's Vice Mayor Wilson.
Brandon, back and me again.
Hello again.
So you selected to run a campaign against our dearly departed John Kennedy. And as you'll hear tomorrow in John's celebration, I held John in very high esteem. Running a campaign is a lot of work. You must have felt strongly about something John was doing or his leadership that motivated you to run a campaign. Can you tell us a little bit about what that is and what got you up to ring on thousands of doors that you felt John wasn't doing in terms of serving the community well?
Great question. And I think I can start with saying that I believe that Mr. Kennedy was an amazing leader. I think he was a trailblazer, especially in our district. And from our first conversation that I had with him, I made sure to make my promise that our campaign, or my campaign, especially coming from my end, will be full of respect and grace because of the work that he's done in our city. And I believe it showed. And if it didn't show, I didn't know about it. But ultimately, to answer your question, I believe that the concerns of residents that I was hearing and their concerns of crime that was happening in our city, there were over in a span of, I want to say 9 to 10 months, there was over 30 shootings that happened in our district alone. And from the young kid Adan losing his life, 15-year-old on Los Robles losing his life, another 24-year-old losing his life on Summit. To me, that was enough for me to step up and say, okay, something has to be done. I have a background in violence prevention and intervention in the work that I do now. And not only in that, but it's also to hear some of the housing concerns and affordable housing issues that we're having in Pasadena, and literally knocking on doors, literally showed me that these concerns are real. The amount of rent that that some people are paying is astronomical. And so it's really, people are moving out at a fast pace. And I'm not just saying that just to say it. I'm saying that because just 5 years ago now, that 30 seconds. Okay. 5 years ago now, I had the personal experience of having to move my parents out of Pasadena, who both are retired and on fixed income, because their rent went up and they couldn't afford it. And so there's issues like that direct connection, and that I'm hearing that pushed me and motivated me to run.
And those are very important. I think more important than the issues as solutions.
Absolutely.
I'm going to tell you. I think those were issues that were deeply important to John as well.
Absolutely.
And I think there is a totality in terms of asking people. You ask people in my district, you're going to hear about traffic all the time. And I can tell you, as someone who's studied transportation, there's no simple solution to traffic. And I think housing affordability and gun violence are things that I would say, in respect to John, are things that he championed deeply as well.
Absolutely. And if I could just say 2 seconds, my personal belief is I don't believe that you have to have something against somebody to run against them. And like I said, the respect that I've had for Mr. Kennedy, he knew the respect I've had for him. And so that doesn't have to be argumented, but it was present. So yeah, thank you.
Councilmember Madison.
Thank you. So Mr. Lamar, and I did understand that you ran a very respectful campaign. I know you have your own perspective, but you agree with that?
Yes.
And one thing I want to understand, you went to school and you grew up in Pasadena.
Yes.
But it seemed like you moved back to the district at some point.
Yes.
Recently. Can you
Yes.
just tell us about that?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So during that time, I lived with my parents. You all got the report that came out yesterday. So I lived with my parents until 2019. And that was actually when I moved back into the district. The concern that happened was when I went, my ID was actually up for renewal. And I went to the DMV. Under my home address, I put my home address. Under my mailing address, I put my business address that I use for mail, which is actually a UPS box. And DMV registered my mailing address instead of my home address. And so I actually finally got the notice in 2021, which made me register again. And that's why it's showing up that I registered in District 3 as of 8/21.
Okay, and yeah, there's no question you were registered to vote and living in District 3 since at least last year.
Right.
But are you telling us you were living in District 3 even before that?
2019, I moved to District 3.
In 2019?
Yes.
Okay. And your parents' home is in District 3 or
No,
outside?
my parents were living in District 5.
I got
She moved, my parents moved to another city in 2019, and that's why I was here.
Okay. Great, thank you.
Thank you. Next is
Councilmember
Rivas.
Thank you,
Ms.
Mayor.
Rivas.
And thank you, Mr. Lamar. During the election, you've mentioned you had extensive contact with residents. You mentioned today you knocked on every door. During this application process, have you reached out to residents as well? Can you just talk to us about how that went or how it was different than the campaign?
Absolutely. Actually, I did, and it was the same, if not a greater sacrifice, because Pasadena decided to be triple digits for 2 weeks. Yes, I did knock on doors as well, and even a part of the nomination process. I gathered, I believe it was one shy of 300 signatures, and even during fighting for this, still communicating with neighbors about their needs and concerns. And so, yes, I did go out and still knocked on doors, still called and bugged people. I guess, some people were gracious, some people weren't. And I understand it. I mean, but yeah, so I did.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Masuda.
Thank you. I have a question about the budget. The city of Pasadena has balanced the budget for the last 11 years. What will you do to continue that balancing of the budget in our city?
So number one, I think for me, I will come in and learn how it's been balanced for the last 11 years. Because why change something when it's working? And so for me, it's a learning process. It's not coming in to change anything. It's coming in to learn how have you balanced it for the last 11 years and how is it going? How has it been? And moving with that process. And like I said before, if it's balanced and it has been balanced, then why change that process? And so I don't believe in changing something that is broken. If it's broken, then we have to fix it. I mean, I don't mean changing something that is already fixed and that's together. But if it is broken, then we can talk about that. But as of right now, for me, it will be coming in to learn to see how it has been, the process has been so far.
Thank you.
Councilmember Williams.
Thank you. So I just have one question of clarification on the voter registration stuff. I don't want to belabor it. And then one actual question that I have. But the information that was pulled, it has you residing at the Mar Vista address until May 2021. So there was an election in District 5, which is that address. So why didn't you run in District 5?
I didn't want to run it. At that time, I wasn't thinking about running for elected office at all. So it wasn't until 2020 when I actually made up my mind and started to think about running. And then 2021, that's when I made my decision. But before that, I wasn't thinking about running for office at all.
Okay, so I guess but the address, the 573 Mar Vista shows you
So
residing there until May 2021.
right, because nothing was changed on DMV on that part of it. And so
Okay.
when it actually was, and I went to process and got my new driver's license, then that's when everything started to show up. And then I didn't even know until 2021 that it was an invalid.
It was there. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's the less important question. The question that I have, I think this is a fun question, but maybe I have a different idea of fun. But so the council so far has approved 3 specific plans, with 5 more to go, which would be fun when you join the council. You can work on 5 of them. So have you participated in the specific plan updates and the 2 that cover District 3? What do you see as the main issues that have come out through the updates that need to be addressed in those 2 specific plans?
So let me say that I thought you were going to ask a question on pickleball, but you didn't. And so for me, I think initially the plans, especially when it comes to building housing on religious land, I think that's important, especially for affordable housing. The second one in District 3 actually slips my mind, so I can't even speak to it because it literally slips my mind. But I think
Pickleball.
Yeah, right, pickleball. Let's just go with that one. But for to build more affordable housing, I think we have to look at land and looking at religious land or unused religious land is important to making sure that we have more affordable housing in Pasadena.
So a quick follow-up. So would that be in addition to the ordinance that we passed for housing on religious land?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Hampton.
Thank you, Mr. Lamar, for wanting to serve. I don't actually have any follow-up questions. I was going to ask you a similar question to Vice Mayor Wilson, and he beat me to the punch. So I just want to tell you thank you so much for your service on the Human Services Commission, also as a activist, neighbor, a friend, and someone I've known and will continue to know. So I look forward to seeing your constant growth.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So, Mr. Lamar, you mentioned you're an executive pastor. I didn't see that in your background information. Did I miss that?
No, I didn't put it there.
Okay. And so you're a pastor at a church in Pasadena.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, it's Altadena.
Altadena. Okay. And so, look, I'm the first to agree that we should, and I hope you do too. And this is a question: you agree that people can have religious views that or belong to a religious institution that maybe whose views are different than their personal views?
Absolutely. And I believe that I've moved in that era.
Mm-hmm.
And that's one of the reasons why I don't post it and share it, is because I believe that in regards to my faith, you should be able to see that without looking at a title. And so that's my personal belief.
And so religious views, or you believe in people's individual right under the First Amendment to have religious views, and you respect them.
Absolutely.
Okay. And do you believe that the important thing is an individual's willingness to contribute both to the betterment of District 3 and the city of Pasadena in general, correct?
Yes.
And so let's now set that aside. What I along the lines of Councilmember Williams, what caught my attention was you're registering, leaving District 5, which I represented at the time. I'm not going to take that personally.
It's all right.
Into
It's all right.
District 3 a few months before announcing your campaign for council. And look, these are artificial political lines, but it's been put into play by some of your supporters that people haven't lived in the district long enough. Did you move to that district to run? And that's, even if you say yes, that for me, you're a fellow Pasadenan. that's okay with me, because what's important is contributing and understanding the community and being willing to listen.
Right.
But it has been put into play by your supporters.
So the answer to your question, and it goes back to the answer that I gave Mr. Madison, is no. And going back to the answer I gave Mrs. Williams, is I did not decide that I was going to run for city council until 21, but I started thinking about it in 2020. And so that had nothing to do with my decision to run.
And what is more important to me is civic involvement.
Absolutely.
And so we've been forwarded your voting record. And according to this, and you can dispute it, but since 2010, you've had the opportunity to vote in 9 elections, local elections, and you voted in only 2, starting in, I think, when you were running for office. Any reason why you didn't vote in municipal elections in 7 out of 9?
Yes, it is. The main reason is I was one of those people that believed that their voice didn't matter. And I was one of those people that believed that their vote didn't matter. And so when I came to the understanding that my voice and my position matters locally more than it matters nationally, that's when I stepped up, and I started to see a different change in myself locally. And that was the reason why I didn't vote, is because I felt that it did not matter. I felt like some of my other constituents, that my voice and my vote didn't matter until I actually start advocating and being present and hearing more. And so that's my answer.
So you distinguish between the local and national.
Absolutely.
But in
I
the,
believe, so locally, I believe that, and I'm a strong advocate now for local governance, because I believe that that is what governs our daily lives, is our local body. But I do respect national government as well.
but in the national, according to these records, and please dispute it, you only voted in 6 of 16 national elections.
I mean, my first one was Obama.
Okay.
And so
That's
I
a
mean,
very good reason to come out and
I
vote.
can't even tell you why not. I mean, it's Obama. So that's, so I really don't have an answer for it as far as that part of it, but locally, that's been my answer.
Okay. And let me just say, you know, it's your record of involvement, as far as I'm concerned, of you and your colleagues, is exemplary in this community.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. You and your colleagues, the 3 applicants.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think that
that completes the interview. I will escort you back to the conference room and get the final applicant.
Okay. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. And again, let me just thank you for your willingness to step up. We said to the previous applicant that, you know, this was this is tough. This is, you know, you've had the experience of running, and, you know, we all find it invigorating to meet with residents, and this is a different format. It's tougher, I believe, because you don't have the opportunity to reflect and adjust like you would in a campaign. And so we appreciate your willingness and your courage to stand here before us. Thank you. I think we're going to take another 2-minute break.
How are you?
I'm good. I'm Jess, by the way.
Justin Jones.
Nice to meet you. Yeah.
Hey, Justin, how are you? Good. Yourself, Andrew? Our council member.
Are you enjoying your 2-minute break after just sitting in a conference room all alone?
Yeah,
Or were you
for
guys
2
alone or
hours.
together?
We're all together.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
interesting.
Yeah.
For mine, we were separated. So.
Oh, nice.
But I don't know, maybe that's video chat.
Yeah, we can chat,
Yeah.
trading war stories.
Yeah.
Lucious is telling us about the good old days. It's cool. He actually officiated, or not, I don't know if that's the proper term, but my grandfather, my great-grandfather, and my great-uncle, all their funerals. Yeah. A small world.
Yeah.
That's the name of the small world. Are you, sir?
I got out. I got out the very much. It's red. That worked out. Yeah. Would have been
Okay.
ready to vote and work. And yeah. I didn't have a full-time job.
Bulldog. Yeah. Bulldog at heart. My claim to fame is I played in the Rose Bowl 3 years.
It's one of his 3 minutes.
You're selling
beer. I did. As a kid, I used to sell stuffed footballs.
Oh, wow.
Well,
Nice. And all league, right? Specifically?
yes.
Yeah.
Well, we're at it. All San Gabriel Valley Player of the Year with Rick Irvins.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's big time.
Yeah, a little bit of imbalance. Ricky, there were a lot of imbalance.
Yeah.
I was the, the guy who, Ricky.
Yeah, yeah.
He was probably upset that.
He's a good friend of mine. I played golf with him about a month ago. He still looks like he could play.
Oh, he could.
Yeah.
We played Little League together.
Yeah. He's a great guy.
Yeah, he's an athlete.
Yeah. He's good. There's a lot of talent that came from GHS.
Oh, man.
My friend, he spent 3 years in the NFL. Armand Binns,
Okay.
wide receiver. Yeah. He was just telling me like he was making the league minimum, and then but his friends are making like 20 million. So
Oh, yeah.
so they're just saying, hey, let's just go catch a flight to New York and go have dinner and we'll come back.
Yeah, we lost to Veer my senior year 2 times, but Ricky Irvins, Marcus Robertson, Pro Bowler, Chad Brown, Pro Bowler. Vince Phillips, #1 draft for the Yankees. I could go on. It was imbalanced. Okay. Next, we have Mr. Jones, and we'll begin with your opportunity to make an opening statement. You know the
The ground rules have been explained to you, and
Yes, sir.
this is your opportunity.
Thank you. Mayor Gordo, Vice Mayor Wilson, city staff, council members, and constituents of Pasadena. My name is Justin Jones. I'm 31 years old, and throughout my life, I've committed myself to this city. My name has come before and been approved by this council twice to serve the citizens of the city of Pasadena. In the first instance, I had the privilege of being recommended by Councilmember John Kennedy to represent District 3 on the Human Relations Commission, where I served as chair. Recently, a recommendation came before this council by Councilmember Hampton for me to again have the privilege of serving the constituents of the city of Pasadena on the Environmental Advisory Commission. And once again, this council approved my recommendation to serve. And I now serve as chair of that commission. You've also seen my name pass by your desk as city staff's selection to serve on the STAG IRP. And now I'm back again before this council to ask you for the privilege of serving the citizens of Pasadena, specifically representing District 3 as their council member. District 3 is a district I was raised in, am familiar with, and have since returned to continue my service. I was born, raised, and am a lifelong resident of the city of Pasadena. I've seen this city through the eyes of a child, teenager, and now a married young professional. I've seen the good and the bad this city has to offer. I've woken up to text messages of classmates passing away. I've had conversations with friends who have said they moved away because they thought the city was unaffordable. But I've also watched this city employ and train young people for the workforce. I worked for the city when we responded to the 2011 windstorm damage. I worked for the city during that year. I've also seen this council help those most in need during COVID. I come from modest means. My father and mother owned a small business. My family has deep roots in the district and in the city, starting with the arrival of James Woods in 1922, who went on to found what is now known as the Woods Valentine's Mortuary. I received my education from Pasadena Public Schools. I was a Rose Program intern with the city of Pasadena, and I was an engineering intern with Public Works. Professionally, I'm a civil engineer. I've worked in local government my entire career. I help administer the Safe Clean Water Program out of LA County Public Works, which is a $230 million annual initiative that uses parcel tax revenue to fund projects for stormwater capture projects. You've seen it come across your desk, and you've approved those transfer agreements. I've managed complex water conservation and distribution projects, and I've also managed complex municipal budgets. See, the city of Pasadena, and you know this, is a complex municipal service that strives to provide outstanding service to its residents, which is something I've done my entire career in the public sector. Civically, in addition to the two commissions I mentioned and the STAG, I've been a math tutor since college and tutored Pasadena students. And more recently, during COVID, I stepped up and partnered with STEAM coders to offer free math tutoring services, just so our students in Pasadena wouldn't fall behind. Now, with the remaining portion of my presentation, I'd like to address two questions. Why do you want to be appointed to the city council? What do you feel you will bring to this position? I want to be appointed to this city council because of all the good this council does for our district and our community. I believe with the unfortunate passing of Councilmember Kennedy, our community deserves someone who can hit the ground running, and I believe I am that person. I have experience leading or helping to lead complex civic undertakings, And more importantly, I've experienced working for the betterment of the city of Pasadena. And I know the issues that concerns the members of this district. I know what concerns Ann about the Sunset Complex project. I've talked to Daniel about beautification and traffic safety in his neighborhood. I know what concerns Michael about trees pushing up on the sidewalk in front of his house. I've talked to Marjorie, and probably most of you did too a few weeks ago, about keeping the park activated. I've talked to Tina about graffiti abatement in her neighborhood. I've talked to Joe about affordable housing development. And I've talked to numerous of citizens, and this is probably a Pasadena thing, about reopening Central Library. Now, the second question, what do you feel you will bring to this position? I believe I can contribute to this professional diversity of a council by being a licensed civil engineer, specifically with a background in water. We know water is a major issue in the Southwest and our city. I'm very comfortable working with department heads, project managers, budgets, and timeframes. I will be an advantage to this council and our community when the new money from the infrastructure bill rolls down. I'm used to meeting goals and deadlines. I work with a team where we come up with answers to simple and complex questions. I'm collaborative and team-oriented. I don't let perfect get in the way of progress. I come here with an open and rational mind. I want input from all sides. If selected, I will listen to anyone and respect everyone. I will advocate for what the district wants and compromise when needed. I think I've demonstrated to you why I believe that I'm highly qualified to serve on this council. But I believe what best qualifies me to serve on this council is that I care. I care about my family and the members of District 3. I care about the city of Pasadena at large. I hope that I've convinced you that I'm the best person to serve District 3. And if I'm that person, I will be extremely humbled and will do my best to prove the council's judgment right. I thank you for your time. I pray the best for District 3 and for the city of Pasadena.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Let's start with the first round of questions, beginning with Councilmember Hampton.
Mr. Jones, thank you so much for taking the time to be dedicated to the district and the city of Pasadena as a whole. I would have been there in person, but unfortunately I am ill. I'm sick at home with COVID. So to not contaminate you and I want to just stay away. So my question is, you have deep roots in the city of Pasadena like myself. What are the top 3 things about the city of Pasadena that make the city of Pasadena, and how would you continue to enhance them? That's a 2-part question.
Yeah, 2 parts. So what are the top 3 things that makes the city of Pasadena, Pasadena? What do I do to enhance that? I think the top 3 things, one is the culture of the city of Pasadena. I think we have a very active and engaged residents. We have lots of commissions and committees that residents get involved in. And so we're very civically engaged. 2, I would be remiss if I didn't mention the Tournament of Roses, the Rose Bowl, the Rose Parade, and our culture of our rivalries of our high school. I'm a Bulldog. I know you're a Mustang, so I won't hold that against you. And then 3, I think it's the entrepreneurism. Is that I mentioned before, James Woods, who's in my family, he came here in 1922, and by 1929, he opened a mortuary. And that's trickled down, right? It's trickled down throughout my family. My father was a small business owner. I've myself freelanced in math tutoring. And then I know Cross Campus is not open anymore, but there's all this energy to just be creative and serve our community through businesses. And so I think the second part of your, or I don't think the second part of your question was, how do I continue to push that? And I think it's getting involved, right? Is making sure the people who are active stay active, and reaching those folks who are not active, bringing them in. And so that's through like neighborhood connections, right? We can, what I envision is that we would have, there's been a test study where neighborhoods have a cookie share. So like everyone in the neighborhood would bake a cookie, and then you would take it to one house, and then everyone would exchange the cookie and eat it. And that starts as an icebreaker, right? And so I think we can do something like that to keep people engaged, and to also get people to talk to one another. And then with the small businesses, is, I mean, you know, Pasadena has a role in that too. I mean, we have the first source. I think I wrote about this in Pasadena Now, is that I'd like to see, you know, maybe more professions on the back end of that first source, and also bringing in small businesses. Maybe there's that bidding system that maybe, because, you know, small businesses or local businesses, they have to pay more in taxes and in the city of Pasadena. So maybe you allocate extra points when they bid. So now that, because they have to or I shouldn't say overbid, because they have to bid a little higher than a competitor, that we can equate that and maybe award them a contract.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Hampton. Thank you.
No, I was just saying, thank you.
Thank you.
And next question is from Councilmember Williams.
Thank you. Welcome, Justin, and thank you for being here. Thank you for putting your hat in the ring.
Thank you.
So my question has to do with our general fund.
Mm-hmm.
And as you probably know, it's the main source of discretionary funding for the council that we go through budget season every year. Have you reviewed the city's general fund, and are you familiar with where the city receives its funding, and maybe identify a couple of those sources of funding?
Sure. Yeah. So I'm familiar with the general fund. I know it's around 300 million, or maybe it's like 295. It's really through taxes, right? Property tax, sales tax. I mean, sales tax has decreased, and it's starting to make a comeback, you know, basically from COVID. Property tax, when I was an intern here, property tax was around 30 million, and now it's, I think, like 95 million. I mean, that tells you a lot about the, you know, the housing market. But yeah, I've reviewed the general fund. I'm familiar with budgets. I mean, it's very similar to the county's budget as well.
Thank you. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Mr. Masuda.
Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, sir.
What do you perceive as the three most important concerns facing District 3 and the city of Pasadena?
Yeah, it's a very good question, because District 3 is a very diverse district, right? I mean, you have the residents, but you also have the business district. So the concerns in the Playhouse district may not necessarily match the concerns over by Sunset Water Complex or Sunset Complex project. And so I think overall, the concerns is quality of life. Everyone wants traffic safety, public safety, but there's different pockets, right? I kind of mentioned that in my presentation, is that down at Playhouse Village, I mean, they just opened up the park. So their real main concern is keeping that park activated and making sure people are in there having fun, having a good time. And then also their vision for that Playhouse district, and having a council member that's going to support the two other council members that represent the Playhouse district. So that's their concern. The concern over at on Sunset, right, is right up the street is the project. A lot of them have very valid concerns about the trucking and the driveway and then the view of the complex project. And it's very similar to Devil's Gate. I work for the County of Public Works, and I understand the concerns that the residents had in Devil's Gate. And so I know how to bridge the engineering and the community together, and making sure that, you know, because sometimes as engineers, we tend to, I guess, either over talk or talk past folks. And I just feel like you have to like slow down and get to the root of the issue of the problem. And then we can figure out a solution that's going to best serve the needs of the impacted resident and serve the needs of the city. And also over on Summit, you know, there's a concern with beautification and traffic safety on that corridor of Mountain. I mean, I was talking to, I can't remember his name, but Mountain's got a lot of accidents. And so he's like, okay, well, what can we do? That's his main concern is there's a lot of a lot of rear view accidents there. I know the county, sorry, the city just passed or just is about to get ready to implement something similar to Vision Zero, where we have 0 fatalities by ours is 2035 or 2025. So forgive me, I don't know the number of Pasadena, but I will. But you know, there's different issues in different pockets of the city. And then there's the businesses, right? Some people maybe they're not residents, but they're still constituents. How do you make sure that, you know, the strip on Colorado or businesses below the freeway stay open, stay active, right? So you need a council member who understands that. I'm not gonna say what you need, but I believe that a council member has to understand this and be able to navigate through all these different issues and these different life situations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Councilmember Rivas.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Jones, for stepping up and going through this process. Have you received the support or endorsement of any persons or groups for the position of Pasadena City Council member? If so, can you please identify those groups or persons?
Support and endorsements. I don't think I mean, you're talking about like letters of support for.
Yeah, I guess at a certain level, it could be the letters people wrote for you, but anything beyond that, that maybe we didn't see in the public comment.
No, I think my focus was on getting folks to support me and write the letters in to the city council and to the mayor. I definitely have support from different pockets of the district. So like I said, like the Playhouse district, you'll see there's a lot of folks on there who own property on that Union stretch there. Sunset neighborhood, you'll see a few folks who wrote in for that as well, and as well as Manzanita, and then a few folks who wrote in from Garfield Heights as well.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilmember Madison is next.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Jones. You have a very impressive application, and I'm grateful as well. I've been asking this question of every applicant. This first segment, as you may know, is the same questions basically. So, and my question is, do you personally, politically, and professionally agree with the laws and policies that provide that in our community, adults have complete autonomy over their decisions about reproductive rights?
Oh, without doubt. You don't even have to finish the question.
Not done yet. I sense some enthusiasm there.
Oh,
but,
yeah.
but also sexual and romantic choices,
Yeah.
same-sex marriage.
Yes.
I noticed that you're either were or are on the board of a church. So tell us about those views. And again, you may have different views personally, from professionally, from politically.
Yeah. I mean, everything you just said, I believe. I'm all about equality. I have no prejudice or segregation against anyone. I mean, you said same sex. Yes, anyone's free to marry whoever they want. You said reproductive rights. I wholeheartedly believe in that. If you want to have an abortion, have an abortion. What was the other?
Equal rights for
equal
persons,
rights.
Yeah.
I definitely, yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right.
Is Vice Mayor Wilson.
Anyway, Justin, great to have you here.
Thank you.
As you probably know, I chair MSC.
Oh, yeah.
And integrated resource plan, decarbonizing our energy portfolio,
we could just
balancing cost and reliability. Super exciting. Water.
Yes.
This come to my house, look at my dead lawn.
Okay. Yeah.
So we need some magic there. But thank you for your leadership in EAC. And we do have, we want to be responsible citizens, and we have, I think, a very active community who cares about our environment.
Yes.
And some just care about their lawn.
Right.
So I wish we were further ahead in our water supply, but that's not the question.
Oh, I thought it was.
I know. I was just thanking you for your
Yeah.
service because it's hard work. It is.
Yeah.
And I know Felicia and I spent a lot of time pulling our hair out. I'm actually pulled more out. But question really is, where do you see yourself in 10 years? Think of what's your trajectory, both professionally and civically? You know, where are you trying to go? And part of this is trying to understand your motivations personally and
Yeah.
what gets you up and where you're hoping to go.
Yeah, that's a very good question. And actually, I was having a conversation with the fellas in the back. Professionally, you know, and I guess the cat will be out the bag if my colleagues watch this, is that I want to be the leader of Department of Public Works at the county and eventually rise up to maybe the CEO's level, because I enjoy taking a leadership, and I believe like I have the mannerisms to be able to lead folks. I manage folks right now, and you know, to pull out the best of them, manage people individually, and also the great work we do at the county. Right? I mean, I'm involved in flood control, and I'm involved in water conservation and water supply, and that's like stuff that really gets me up. I mean, I spent 4 years studying it, so like I really enjoy that type of stuff, and I could just talk to you for days about that. Civically, I mean, hopefully I'm spending 10 years on the city council in 10 years. You know, I look back and I'm here, but I don't want to jump ahead. I'm focused from October to December. And even if I don't get the position, I'm still going to stay involved in the city because that's just the nature of who I am. I've volunteered, I give back my time. And whenever my community, or at least whenever I think that my community can benefit from my service, I'm going to step in. I'm going to submit an application. If I get it, I get it. If I don't, I don't, but I stay engaged and I stay involved.
Thank you for that. And I appreciate especially your work with STEAM coders and Raymond. I know that's introducing underserved communities to really the power of STEAM and coding and robotics.
Yeah.
Really can be transformational. So,
and one of the high school kids taught me coding.
There you go. That's how it all starts. Thank you for the answers.
What'd you say about you can go on and on and on about this?
About water.
Let's strike a balance there because you might have to wake us up if. No, that's good. And as an aside, I'm glad to hear you striving to be the CEO.
Oh, thank you.
As a fellow Pasadenan.
Thank you.
So my question is, on the current council, we have former planning commissioners, business people, attorneys, and others. What background, experience, knowledge, or perspective do you think do you bring to improve the council, and why? And please specify if any of this experience has occurred in Pasadena.
Oh, sure. Professionally, I mean, I'm a civil engineer, and my background in water, I mean, you know, the city clerk and I were talking a month ago, and I asked him, has there ever been a civil engineer on the city council? And to my knowledge, there's no. Maybe, yeah. I don't think.
Mechanical engineer.
Mechanical? That doesn't count. Yeah. So I think professionally, I bring that.
Next
right?
candidate, please.
I believe I bring that. I'm a licensed civil engineer, so you know I don't come here to dictate to the expertise of staff of water and power and transportation and I'm forgetting public works. How can I forget public works? to do that, I come here to be a colleague to this council and to look at things from the perspective of an engineer and to provide that to you guys as a colleague. And what was your second question? I'm sorry.
Oh, if those experiences, if you got experience there in those areas here in Pasadena.
Oh yeah. I mean, from my first job was with the city of Pasadena, Rose program, water and power, and I wasn't tasked in engineering. I was tasked in like customer service on the 3rd floor in Los Robles. But I pushed and pushed to go down to the 2nd floor to learn about engineering and to learn about water. And so I talked with Brad Bowman, and you know, maybe he's watching this tonight. And I was like, oh man, that guy, he turned out good. But yeah, you know, I worked at Phyllis Curry, Sean, who was the head of the water department. So I interacted with these folks and I learned engineering. And then I came back as an intern for public works. And I learned under, you know, the leadership in public works and the folks who guided me there. And I'm so grateful for that knowledge that they taught me. and that I just transferred it over professionally, and I think I'm doing pretty well. And then I've also brought back my engineering with the EAC now, and so we're on there. And as soon as I got on the EAC, I hit the ground running and talking to, the water folks in Pasadena, the Ken Kuhls, the Tim Briggs, and so like I wanted to know their perspective about the Arroyo Seco, the groundwater level is decreasing. What can we do? We need to shore up I'm probably using this time to talk water, but yeah, we need to shore up our local supplies, right? We have 35% reliance on local, 65%, and we know that the Colorado River, I mean, my gosh, I don't think, it's not always going to be there, or from what we draw out from it, the state water project. And so we really need to focus in on water conservation in our rate structure.
Thank you. That brings us now to the next round. This is an opportunity, and we'll go in reverse order for members of the council to ask you unscripted questions and just engage.
So these will be questions up to 3 minutes. I'll ring a bell when it's 30 seconds left. The first question comes from Vice Mayor Wilson.
Back over here. I won't ask you a water question.
Oh, come on.
We do need more water expertise, and it's such an important problem for our region, and there are no quick answers, unfortunately. But I want to ask you about community engagement. I'm an engineer, and sometimes we can be, heads down, working on projects and policies. Can you talk about your ability and your track record to engage with the community and make those relationships at the grassroots level?
Yeah. Engineering, the profession of engineering now has moved towards community engagement, right? It's no longer just about the numbers, right? I think we can do the numbers and do that. It's really getting the community involved, and specifically folks who are not really engaged in their community until the last minute, until you're gonna have trucks coming through my neighborhood. I don't want that. So I think what you do is that at the project concept of anything, you get them involved. You show them exactly what you plan to do, get their feedback and their input, and then you work collectively to be able to put forth a really good project. And so that's the same approach I would take to the city council, because even in District 3, right, the last election, 22% of the registered voters participated in the election. And I read, and maybe this to get me some brownie points, but I read, what Councilmember Rivas said about the advice to the next appointed council members, that you have to reach out to those folks who are not civically engaged or active. And so how do I do that? I've been doing that at Public Works, because most people don't know that LA County has a public works department. And if they do know, they think either we're water and power or we're the city. And so you reach out to them, you do mailers, flyers, you knock on doors, you talk to them. And then in addition, that's 1:30, right, to 3 minutes. Okay. And then did you have another question? Cause I keep.
So I want to maybe zoom in a little bit on your role. You've chaired commissions, right? The local engagement in terms of how you've engaged, and also as you're preparing maybe yourself for being an applicant.
Right.
You got to engage and, open, reach out. So I want to hear kind of maybe more locally.
Yeah.
With your commissions and as part of this process.
Yeah. So on the EAC, for instance, as soon as I got on the EAC, I hit the ground running. I started talking to, I talked about it, the water folks earlier, and they had concerns, and even you guys probably know Maury Wolfson, who, he doesn't even live here anymore, but he's still, he's contacting me, and he sent me his PowerPoint that he showed to the MSC, and we went through slide by slide. But he's got the ear of the other water folks. And then there's organizations that have come to the EAC to present public comment. The first thing I do is follow up with them. I had a meeting, I had a meeting with,
let me redirect you a little bit. Human relations, we could nerd out, but I want to hear about the soft side of the community and kind of, people who are maybe not engineers. How do you engage them in more humanistic issues?
Yeah. You gauge them by, first you have to find someone that they trust in the community. And when you start to work with that person that they trust in the community, then they're more likely to come along. And that's what we did with Human Relations Commission, is that we found leaders in the community, and then they was able to come through we put on peace through music, we put on forums talking about tough issues in the city. What else did we do? We did the essay contest, trying to engage students to write essays and to get monetary prizes. And so I think that's the approach you take.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Councilmember Madison.
So we're going to restart the clock. Andy got like 6 minutes there, but that's fine. Okay.
Steve,
thank
we're
you.
talking water.
Appreciate
Water-
that.
water talk doesn't
I'm
count.
down, you know. Give the short timer. his
Mr.
due,
Madison
you
played basketball, so he needs a shot clock. Here.
know. That's right. So you are so impressive, Mr. Jones. I want to ask you about your ties to the district, because there seems to be a little ambiguity about that. I guess starting point would be Mr. Kennedy passes away regrettably and suddenly and tragically, and then it looks like you moved into the district shortly after that.
Right.
So how did you come to that? I assume you moved because you're living with your uncle, right?
Right. Or it's a family house. Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, is that going to be your permanent residence, do you think, or is it?
Yeah. So, I mean, I'd love to clarify so, I mean, the plan all along was for us to transition to that house. Is that my wife and I, we live in a condo. We wanted to grow our family, get a bigger home in Pasadena. I'm sure you're aware, and everyone else is that it's expensive to buy a house or to buy a home that we can agree on. And so it took a lot of negotiating with my wife to be able
So
to.
I have limited time. Really.
Yeah.
What I want to understand is that your permanent home now? Is that?
That is my permanent home now. Correct.
And that title will pass from your uncle to you?
The title will pass from my uncle to me.
Yeah.
That
the
hasn't
question.
been discussed.
Okay.
Yeah.
And your home in District 4? Well, how long did you live in District 4?
So I lived in District 4 from, let's see, 2014 maybe to up until August? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So really the time in District 3 was as a child. You haven't lived in District 3 as an adult.
As an adult, adult would be over 21. I mean, I came back from college and lived there, but.
In District 3?
In District 3 at that house, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Right.
And in terms of just your decision making, how did you come to the decision to move back in and apply for this seat?
Right. Well, I was already moving back in. And so then essentially July 21st happened, and that changed everything.
Are we taking a 3-minute recess or no?
Yeah, let's take a couple-minute recess, allow them to situate themselves.
My waistline, thanks. Mine too. Oh, yeah. Yeah. But I think it's a good way. Instead of someone rushing in. Yeah. We'll deliberate.
So are we back on? So let me first start, before we start deliberations, thank you collectively for your willingness to step up and be a part of this process. You know, you're seeking to follow a legacy that was set very firmly by our colleague John Kennedy, and that's a tough one to follow, because Mr. Kennedy contributed so much for so many years and decades to Pasadena, and your willingness to step up and subject yourself to scrutiny, personal, and every other type, professional scrutiny is tough, but takes a lot of courage. And so I'd like to first congratulate the three of you for being willing to do that, because that is very much in the spirit of Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy was always willing to take positions, sometimes that weren't popular, sometimes that weren't accepted by all, but he did it with conviction, and you're certainly a reminder of Mr. Kennedy's willingness to do that, all three of you. And so with that, you know, in politics, in this process, you know, we have to make a decision, and it's not by any means an easy decision. And we'll turn it over to the council, but on behalf of all residents of Pasadena, I again thank you, and regardless of what or happens or who is chosen, I hope we can all commit to continuing our involvement in Pasadena, and improving the quality of life for all residents of Pasadena, in District 3 and beyond. So thank you. So I'll open it up to deliberations. Mr. Hampton, Mr. Hampton's hand is up.
It is. It is. I'm so sorry. My voice as the day gets later is getting harder to talk. First and foremost, I want to thank all of the candidates, as you mentioned, and maybe I won't even reiterate any of that because I don't have much voice anyhow, for their commitment to the city of Pasadena. And I know that each and every one of them will continue to be involved no matter what the decision is. Pastor Smith is, as he mentioned, a man with influence, a man that people call on, I've actually called on Pastor Smith just to, ask him from his historical facts some years ago. And so I appreciate that friendship, and I hope to continue that moving forward, Pastor. Brandon Lamar, I know his I know his grandmother very well. Someone who has been, just an amazing supporter of just Pasadenians in general. And I know that his heart is definitely in the right place. Justin Jones, and of course, Brandon has ran a campaign, and he didn't succeed in that campaign, but he's succeeding moving forward and going for this appointment. There's no doubt in my mind, whatever happens tonight, that he'll run again in 2.5 years. And then Justin Jones, I've had the opportunity and pleasure of knowing him for probably the better part of 16 years or so, maybe longer than that. His family, my family also go back. Just as, actually, it's interesting. All of the candidates there, that's one of the things that makes Pasadena such an amazing place, is we're all connected in a way. Our families, with all of the pastors, go back very far. I am 6th generation Pasadenian, so definitely going to be connected in some sort of way, whether it be through family or just friends, or even just neighbors at some point. But all of them have been connected to my family. Actually, all of you guys have been connected to my family in some sort of aspect. So I just know that that you guys are going to continue to do the work for our city. But with that being said, I think of our lines, districts as arbitrary lines. I was born and raised in District 3. Chris Holden is the council member that I actually remember the most, and maybe it was because I was of that age, that you kind of know who your council member, and he lived around the corner from me too. He was very, very, very tall, so it was, kind of hard not to know who our city council member was. And my parents still reside in District 3, but they're arbitrary lines because they're still neighbors and people who reach out to me for issues that are happening on their street all throughout the city of Pasadena. And, Councilmember Kennedy had, plenty of years of experience working in government, being a city council member. So when I think of the city as a whole and moving the city forward, and someone who's able to jump right on in and move the city forward based on the presentation, right? And not saying, they had to learn anything, and I think learning is amazing because you can't ever stop learning. That's part of life, right? I mean, if you know everything, then you're not living. But when you're constantly learning, you're living. I think that there is a candidate who stood out amongst the three, and that was Justin Jones. So I'd like to make a motion to appoint Justin Jones as the representative for District 3. And that's my motion there.
Okay, thank you.
Good.
Ms. Williams?
Thank you so much. I'd like to thank all of the candidates as well. Pastor Smith, I haven't really met you in person, but just pure honesty and compassion. And you just answered the question straight away. And I really, really appreciated that. And there was no song and dance with it. I don't know the answer to the question. We just move on. And so I really appreciate that candor, and just your compassion for the people that you serve. And Brandon, your dedication, and it's a very different background working with youth, and we don't have that experience on the council, and that's what really touched me. And being able, when you were talking about how you changed some of your views because of the empathy that you had for the people that you served, that was very touching to me. And I appreciate, just running for office is not easy. And so I just appreciate the fact that you did it, and you just had a very good success with it. Justin Jones, I think that your background is probably the most relevant to the council, and it's something we are missing as well. Also, your understanding of municipal operations and issues and policies, especially the policies that we have been dealing with recently, like the Sunset Reservoir. No one else brought that up. That was a very big issue for Councilmember Kennedy. Very passionate about it. Just with that, it's a very difficult choice, but I would second Councilmember Hampton's motion for Justin Jones. Thank you.
Mr. Madison? Oh. It's not. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, he should go next then. Yeah, please.
No, I don't mind following Mr. Madison.
Okay, thank you. Well, I thought I just would go back a step because I think it might be helpful for us to at least identify or disclose what our decision-making is here tonight. I mean, I kind of thought about it in three ways. One might be, you know, I might say, hey, who do I want on the council to help accomplish my goals and objectives for Pasadena? That would be one way. That's kind of what I'm hearing from Ms. Williams and Mr. Hampton. I think a second level might be, if I were a resident of District 3, who would I vote for? So forget whatever Steve wants over in District 6. If I were living in the district, who would I want to represent me there? And then I think the third level, which I would argue is the one that we should be trying to follow, is who would the residents of District 3 choose to represent them? And gosh, for my money, it's awfully hard and I echo the comments about Pastor Smith and about Mr. Jones. These are very impressive candidates. You know, I think we've had situations like this before where we wish we could sort of roll them all up into one and they'd be a super candidate, you know, subject to that conversation that Pastor Smith and I are going to have about those issues that we talked about. But gosh, I'm having a hard time saying, how could this council decide that as impressive as he is, Mr. Jones, who moved to the district a month after John passed, who's never cast a vote in that district, never been registered to vote in that district, never participated in the activities of that district, as qualified as he is, if there weren't any other candidate, for sure, you know, we take that chance or that risk. But we've got a candidate who's been living in the district, working in the district, doing the work, and who faced a powerful, popular incumbent, was outspent 50-1. I mean, I can see if you come into a race and challenge an incumbent and you've got a lot of money, which happens sometimes. But this young man had no resources other than shoe leather and hard work. And over 40% of the district supported him. Now, for sure, you know, that was a different situation, but it's certainly some data that we should give substantial weight to. And I personally, I don't know the district as well, obviously, as they do or you all, but my sense is that what Brandon did was really energize and speak to a community that really hadn't been participating in our elections, much like he described himself. Incidentally, the other two candidates really haven't been participating either in local elections, near as I can tell. So that's kind of a wash for me. I just don't know how we substitute our judgment for the judgment of the residents of the district. And remember, before we even knew who the applicants were, I said this. I said, you know, we're going to have a difficult time because we should really be trying to figure out who that district wants to represent them. under these unique circumstances where it's an unexpected absence, and we're looking at potentially over 2 years of service, provided that the appointment is re-upped in December. So I get it, but I'd be really troubled by this decision. I think the community would outright be upset about that this district, if we substituted our judgment for theirs. And, you know, it'd be another thing if we got a whole different story in the letters, the correspondence, the people who did win. But it's a landslide too. That district seems to want Brandon Lamar. Now I have to tell you, my other thing, who do I want for what I'm looking to accomplish, my positions policy-wise on the council, I don't think Brandon and I agree on all that much, candidly. So if I wanted to just pick somebody that might vote with me on my initiatives, that'd be a different story. I'm not even sure if I resided in the district that I'd vote for him, if these were the candidates, you know. But I don't think that's the test. And I really think we should hold ourselves to that higher standard of trying to determine what the residents of District 3. And as Mr. Hampton said, there'll be an election in 2 years, and then the residents will get an opportunity. But how we could essentially veto what those residents have told us in the election and in the correspondence, the way they've weighed in here tonight, I don't know how we defend that. So I'd like us to spend a little time, because this is an important decision. You know, it's important for everything we're going to do as a city. It's important for that district and the residents. And it's important for John's memory too, that we do this right. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Mayor, can I just respond to something that Councilmember Madison said? So maybe it's because I didn't discuss what my thought process was, but I wasn't looking for someone who was going to agree with me or who was going to vote with me. What's difficult about the District 3 election is that no one else ran. So we actually don't know what the votes, if Justin had run, what would the split have been and what would the votes have been? So we actually don't have that information.
Justin couldn't have run because he didn't live in the district.
But if John wasn't running, other people would have run. So nobody else would have run against John. I mean, that's part of the point. There are other people who probably would have run if John wasn't running, right? So we don't know that. So there is a little bit of hindsight here. So I made a decision. I also actually went and physically talked to people in District 3 who, as you know, a lot of what happens at council, we get a lot of loud voices, but it's the voices that we can't hear that we need to go to as well. So I actually did a lot of sort of canvassing within District 3 from people, some people who are very prominent that said I didn't want my name out there associated with this because of my position, but this is how I feel. And so I did go to just other parts of District 3, some very prominent people in District 3 to ask them what their thoughts were. Just met with one this morning who was very, very adamant about what they were interested in, what they wanted. So there was a
we
little bit
can't
of a
use that
balance.
information if we don't know who it is and we don't have the details around that. I mean, you can't sort of
But
say.
as you know,
Well-
not everybody comes to council, and not everybody has the ability to.
Yeah, this is not a, we're not in our quasi judicial capacity here. We're in our legislative capacity. So as long as it's stated on the record, am I correct about that, Madam City Attorney?
That's correct. And quite frankly, it doesn't have to be on the record. It's whatever is in a decision maker's mind that causes them
We all received
to vote.
emails and communication from various people. If we were in our quasi judicial capacity, then I would say absolutely we can't give any weight to that. But we're in a legislative capacity, and we've received information from all sorts of sources.
And this may be
individually
a
and
distinction
collectively.
without a difference, but I don't think we're acting legislatively. We're acting as the executive branch of our government, making
Correct.
an appointment. And again, all I'm saying is
Fair
I
enough.
can't really use information if someone says, trust me, I talked to someone and this is the right decision. I mean, we've got I think there are over 100 that I've seen, as well as organizations that are consistent with the turnout at the last election. So anyway, those are my thoughts, and I welcome others to talk about their thought process.
Okay. Mr. Masuda, followed by Ms. Rivas. Followed by Vice Mayor Wilson, then Ms. Rivas.
Thank you, Mayor. You can see in front of me a lot of notes on each one, and they were so impressive. Pastor Smith, I find him a very honest person, not the most experienced in government and neighborhood things, but very honest with his answers, and I really appreciated that. Brandon Lamar, oh gosh, he has so much experience with and serving on so many things. Went to PUSD, he's a fourth generation resident. He was on the Youth Council, Human Relations Commission, strong voice for homelessness. It's very important. But I have to agree that Justin Jones was the most impressive to me. And I could understand Mr. Madison's point of view about, if the residents would be voting, who would they vote for? I'm just going to be thinking like, if John was here, who would he select? I think he'd be impressed with all three, just like I am. But when John was talking about water a lot, I think if he was like me and he didn't know any of the three, he would select Justin Jones just based on that and based on what he said. But I have to admit that it's very confusing because these three candidates were very impressive. So I will support the Justin Jones nomination, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Masuda. Next, Ms. Rivas. I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Wilson, followed by Ms. Rivas.
Thank you, Mayor. We talk about the jewels of Pasadena, and I think we have 3 jewels in this room. We're incredibly lucky to have people who know our community and all are like proven servants, each one of you in extraordinary ways. So I'm grateful for all of them coming out today and putting themselves out there. We're lucky, true products of Pasadena. And the boundary, the district thing is, I think that it is a fact, kind of artificial. But what matters, I think, really is, do you know the community? Are you of the community? And I think each one of you in extraordinary ways are super well connected and have your own view and your pulse on the community. And that's what amazed me. I think about the pastor and what he knows. And Brandon, man, you worked it. I can tell you, you were a community organizer and touch people. And I can see why people got energized. And Justin, you're working behind the scenes and such important perspectives. And I think, was it Steve who said we could roll them all together? Maybe Caltech can figure out how to get that done. Anyway, super impressive group. But I thought about Steve's point, and I do agree. I was an active supporter of John, and it saddened me just to think about the loss of John. And I know we get a chance to share that tomorrow. But a lot of people, I think, if it was an open seat, it'd probably be more proof positive about where the sentiment was. I would be convinced by Brandon too. He's tells he's out there and he's a great guy, and I share his issues. But I think once you get into the world, those issues are hard issues, Brandon. You know it. And I think John, he's not here, but I think he had his heart and worked to those issues 110%. And I think he tried to be as effective as he could. But I think for me, we have an opportunity to think about who will best represent and actually advocate and get things done for the residents. And I think we have to add not just the vote, Steve, but who can work with the system, who knows how the system works. And I think when I look at those 2 elements, which, most voters don't know how the sausage is made. Justin, I think you've seen how the sausage gets made. And we need to be productive to represent our communities. And I think Brandon's going to kick some serious, I won't use the word, but seeing, getting a little bit more of the belly of the beast will allow you to be, I think, more impactful. So I think, my view is we can best serve District 3 residents by putting Mr. Jones in the seat.
Ms. Rivas?
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to thank Councilmember Madison for really distilling what we should be focusing on tonight. Ideally, District 3 residents would be able to choose who represents them. And since our charter currently doesn't allow that, our top priority really must be to choose someone who has the most support from the residents of the district. So I strongly support Mr. Lamar's application and believe he's the obvious choice for that reason. It's clear he stands out among the applicants in his support. He had the most public commenters calling in tonight. There were only callers for him, no other candidates. He had the most written correspondence, over 2 times as much as for those who were confirmed to be D3 residents or who stated they were D3 residents. He gathered almost 300 signatures for his application. And something I really don't think we can ignore it or set it aside. Just several months ago, he earned over 1,000 votes from District 3 residents. And as we've all said, that was no small feat. He was up against our esteemed colleague, Mr. Kennedy, no less, and was heavily outspent. 1,000 votes cast in an actual election is a stronger showing of support than I certainly had during my application process, and perhaps more than any applicant has ever had for a city council vacancy. So if we really want to respect the will of District 3 residents, we can't ignore that. Perhaps even more than all of that, though, what really strikes me about Mr. Lamar is that he has shown us that he will go out and meet people where they are. He's knocked on every door in the district during the campaign. He's knocked on hundreds of doors during this application process and talked to hundreds more voters or residents. He's visible in the district. He shows up. He listens. So much of the public comment in the correspondence repeated that over and over. And this, of course, is on top of his many years of service on commissions and organizations in the community. So I think Brandon is the obvious choice based not only on his experience, but what this district has communicated to us. Again, I want to thank the other candidates for stepping up, and I really appreciate all their leadership and service to the city. Since Mr. Jones is currently proposed in a motion on the table, I do appreciate his experience as a county engineer and his service to the city, and I don't doubt his commitment at all. But I do have concern about the appearances of appointing someone who just moved back into the district after being away, in light of this strong public support for another candidate. And again, I want to be clear, I don't think Mr. Jones did anything wrong. He clearly is qualified under our charter. But I just worry that it could look like the council found someone in another district or someone who just moved in that we like, rather than listening to what the residents of District 3 have said through public comment, through, that, which is the only way they have to participate in this process. So that's what I'm struggling with and why I'm having a hard time. I wouldn't be able to support the motion. If the public comment were from the D3 residents was overwhelmingly for Mr. Jones, I wouldn't worry about it at all, because I think it becomes a moot issue. But here, Mr. Lamar clearly has far more tangible support. And I just really, if we were to move forward with Mr. Jones, I think he'd serve the council well and serve the city well, but we're going to look like we're ignoring D3 residents. And that's a look that I can't support. So thank you, Mayor.
So let me first start by stating that, there's no room in this chambers for any sort of intolerance, including intolerance directed at someone's religious views, or lack of religious views, for that matter. My kids attend parochial schools, Catholic parochial schools, and some members of this council may have attended parochial schools. And I'll be the first to say that I have a lot of problems with the Catholic Church. But I distinguish in my mind what I teach my children and some of the positions taken by large institutions like a church. And I respect the views of some who have different religious views. What matters to me is the character of the person. And, let me first start with Pastor Smith. I've known Pastor Smith for, I'm not going to say how long, but at least 30 years. When we ran around Pasadena and worked out together at a gym. And so we go way back. And so I know Pastor Smith's character as a person, as a resident. And it's a great character as a Pasadenan. I'm proud to call you a friend and respect your religious views. Mr. Lamar, I've not known you as long, but I respect your views. And did not know you're a pastor. Congratulations. But I certainly know you're an advocate for the people of Pasadena, and I know you do it for the right reasons. And you do it even when people disagree, including Mr. Kennedy. And I have a lot of respect for that, and have a lot of respect and gratitude for your many contributions and your character, principled character, all of you. So there's no question in my mind that the two of you would do a great job and always act in a principled manner, in a respectful manner for the views of others, even when you disagree with them. Mr. Jones, I know you the least, but in fact, I think previous to this, we'd have to probably put our heads together to recall if we've ever been in the same space before this process even started. I'm sure we have been, certainly in the same neighborhood, in the same city, and we, like the two people flanking you, share a tremendous love for this city and the people of this city. And that comes across very clearly to me. And I would like to correct the record. You have been involved in local elections. By my count, you've missed 1 of 7. So, it's not an easy choice. It wasn't an easy choice when I sat here. This is the 4th time I've had to go through this, and Mr. Madison the same. When Mr. Holden left office, when Mr. Wilson, and when Ms. Rivas joined us. And it's not gotten any easier because what comes through from each of you is your commitment to Pasadena, long-standing commitment. But I do put a lot of weight in rounding out the council and looking at all of the talents that you bring to the table. And I do think in this case, Mr. Jones, I'm prepared to support you, and that doesn't mean that in December it would be the same. And so I and for any of us, but I do think you've earned the opportunity to sit at the dais with us and show us that that we made the right choice. If we head in that direction, and by my count, it looks like we will. I wouldn't discourage anyone of you from continuing your efforts and saying that I do believe that I deserve an opportunity to sit in that seat. And I wouldn't discourage residents from voicing their opinion. I represent District 3 residents, and I would say that they'd be proud with either one of you, of the 3 of you, but I do think that they'll be very pleased to have Mr. Jones as their council member, and so I'm prepared to support the motion. And congratulate you, Mr. Jones, for I really liked the fact that you have a willingness to say, I don't want to just be a leader in this city. I want to lead this county. And that to me shows a lot of honesty and integrity, and a willingness to step up. And I think we should all be proud of that. So I'm prepared to support the motion. Mr. Madison?
Mayor, if I could, I just want to respond to a couple of the comments that were made. First of all, I think it's touching to think about who John Kennedy would have selected, but of course that would never occur. That's not how this works. And I know I don't need to remind you, Mayor, if John Kennedy had his druthers, you wouldn't be sitting in the mayor's seat. So I think that's a poor construct to use for a decision like this. And I've just got to be candid when we say, well, I think someone will work better in the system, or I think this person will round out the council better. That is not what those residents of that district are saying. Those residents who are under-resourced, under-incomed, under-educated because of the schools, unable to achieve affordable housing, what they were speaking to us was, we want a different voice and we want our voices to be heard. So we have, respectfully, we have no place to sit up here and say, let's round out the council with who we think would be a good fit. We need to listen to the residents of District 3. And it appears we're not going to do that, and it's regrettable. I won't vote no because I want to work with my colleague, whomever he is, and I pledge, from the moment of the vote forward to make it work as best I can. But there's going to be a big backlash about this, I guarantee you, when that district hears what's gone on here.
I think that's an unfair characterization, with all due respect, Mr. Madison. When I say that, we're rounding out, I mean, in terms of representation, in terms of talent stack, in terms of commitment, I think I do represent people in District 3. And, John Kennedy, you're right, did not support me in my bid for mayor. But John Kennedy let that go, and said to me, let's work together. And we did. And he would often say, let's work together for the benefit of the city. And the residents of District 3, many of whom I've heard from and are my neighbors. I live across the street from District 3. That's what I mean by an artificial boundary, because directly across the street from me is District 3. But I don't look at it as District 3. I look at, but this is my neighborhood. And for me to say, I'm going to pretend to know what the residents, whoever you're qualifying as the residents of District 3 may be, who they would pick. It's like saying, who would John Kennedy pick? We don't know. And regrettably, we can't have an election. But we're here to exercise the judgment that we can under the charter, and that's what we're doing. We're not trying to read the minds of people in District 3, nor Mr. Kennedy. We're, looking at 3 individuals who are committed, who bring different talents, and who we're saying yes to the people of District 3 in our judgment, as authorized by you, residents of District 3 and the rest of the city. That's what we're called upon to do, to exercise our judgment until there's an election. We all wish there were an election. I'd be the first, and we tried that, and I, went over it with the city attorney, with the
opinions are. I mean, you have someone who got 41% of the vote against a very popular incumbent. If the assertion is that those people would immediately go to a more establishment candidate if there were one, I reject that. That's completely fallacious. What those residents were telling us is they don't feel completely heard. The point was made that he's a renter, and you're going to have all homeowners on this council with this appointment. You're going to have someone who's part of the system. And like I said, if I were doing number one or number two, like who would I vote for? That would, if you look at my profile, I might be very attracted to that kind of candidate. But the district is telling us something slightly different, I think. Obviously, this is subjective, but it's hard to overlook the data that Councilmember Rivas cited to us. And I predict there's going to be tremendous pushback from the district. And that's a terrible way for the appointee to start the service,
I don't view any of these three gentlemen as an establishment candidate. I mean, some would say, well, if the establishment is some of the nonprofits that Mr. Lamar is involved with, or the establishment is, some of the religious organizations. I mean, what is the establishment? I don't think that. I think they're three committed individuals, and Mr. Lamar is involved with some organizations that do a very good job, and some would consider an establishment. Religious institutions, some would consider that an establishment. I don't view them that way. I view them as three committed individuals with a deep commitment to our city. This is a tough choice, but we have to make it because that's what we're called upon by the residents of District 3 and residents of the city as a whole. I happen to believe that Mr. Jones would do a good job of listening, representing the interests of the district, but at the same time, helping me as mayor understand some of the issues that we're going to be facing, like the 710 freeway. I mean, and the engineering that will be called upon for that project in West Pasadena. Water issues have been talked about. Hahamanga, all of these issues are very challenging issues. And I, for one, I don't know about the rest of you, but would benefit from the insight of someone who's had experience, whether it's with public works contracts, letting, preparing RFPs, looking at infrastructure, looking at mobility and all the things that come with the 710 project. And one of the most important projects, or it's not even a project, moments in time, is we restitch the city and some of the other experiences that he has. And that, in my view, is what puts him over the top. But I certainly wouldn't say any of them are establishment candidates. And, well, I'll leave it at that. Ms. Rivas?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just briefly want to say I agree with everything Councilmember Madison just set out, and I will be voting no, not out of any disrespect for Mr. Jones. Of course, I wish him the best of luck and wish him the best of success and look forward to working with you, but out of respect for District 3 and what they've communicated to us, and the only way they can, given that this is the system we currently have. And so I hope, it sounds like there is a lot of this pleasure amongst council members and the community about that we don't have special elections, or maybe there is a better way of doing things. And I hope we continue that conversation and actually dig deeper into that and don't just move on, because this will come up again.
Yeah, I think this is an opportunity for us to, exercise our judgment again and maybe put before the voters a change in the charter. But at the moment, this is the charter we have, and the charter calls for us to make a decision and exercise judgment on behalf of the voters. I don't like it. I don't think any of us do. I think we'd all be more comfortable if the charter said call an election, because that's where democratic process. But that's not what the charter says.
If I could just comment on that, and I know I've been talking a lot uncharacteristically. I do think, Mark, we really need to study that. I'm sure we all saw this situation in Arcadia where they are alleged to have waited too long.
Right.
And their system says they have to do it in 30 days. I can't imagine that. And then if they don't, they have to have an election, like a special election.
Right.
We should look at some combination of that, because even the current path, we're going to have 4 decision points for a District 3 council member in the next 3 years. So we're going to have one tonight, we're going to have one in December, we're going to have another in 2 years, and then another, I guess, in 4 years, basically, or 4 to 5 years. There are going to be 4, I mean, there'll be 2 elections because it'll be the finish of John's term and then the new term. And that's just crazy. Like those district, those residents shouldn't have to go through that, whoever the council member is.
I don't disagree, and it's definitely on my work plan to start that charter reform process. We tried to start it up, I think it was in maybe 2015. We looked at it again in 2018 when we had to switch election dates. But to really look at the issues that you're bringing up, that's, the appointment process versus election, things like that are, I have a list. We can bring that forward. We'll do that very shortly because I want to start that in 2023 is when I had promised to bring that to the council so that we could get it ready for maybe a vote in 2024. That would be a task force and doing that. So absolutely 100%.
We've had discussions about the need to do that. And I think we've discussed it here as well.
No, we have. And we've had the discussion a couple of times, and there was at one point we brought forward a proposal, but at that point the council didn't have the appetite to sort of look into it and to move forward with the task force. That's not to say we can't do it now, and we will. And so I'll bring it forward again, and I'm sure we have the votes now and the encouragement to move forward, and we'll panel a task force and get to work on that.
There's no question. This is an election for everyone. Would be definitive and telling, but I don't think we can attribute broad statements like District 3 residents, because I like I said, I represent District 3, and I can tell you I've heard from many.
Mayor, yes,
Mr.
I do think, just thinking about Steve and Jess's point, where I kind of struggle is that the voters were given 2 choices, choice A and choice B. They chose choice A. Choice B did not win. And now we're trying to extrapolate. We now have choice A, B's come up again, and choice C. We don't know what voters would choose if we had these 3 candidates on the ballot. I think it's a false choice to assume that the second choice would now be the first choice. We just don't know. And I think that's the problem with not having an election. And now we're in the position of trying to represent the voices of all the people, 60% who did not choose Brandon, who did a great job running a campaign against an incumbent who, I'll remind you, was apparently very ill. And Brandon ran a great, touching the neighbors. And I didn't see John in the city council for 6 months. We know how important ringing doorbells is. And obviously John was not in a position to do that. So I feel like we have to be careful, like looking at that data, we can package it and say, this is the clear voice of the public or the District 3 residents. We don't know. I don't think we do. We know 1,000 people voted, given John and him chose Brandon, but we have a different choice in front of us. And I think we have to be careful not to conflate that choice. I think, from my view, and I won't be here after December, so my vote won't count the second time. I think we need to choose who we think will best serve the residents in a holistic way. And, I think, Justin, and once again, I think we're so lucky to have 3 people who really are the essence of what we want in terms of Pasadena champions and people who are committed to the community. But we have some discretion here, and I think we have a little wisdom as well. And I think it's incumbent upon us to use that.
Okay. With that, We're ready to call the roll. Anyone else? So we'll go ahead and call the roll.
Motion is to approve the appointment of Justin Jones to fill the vacancy for the City Council District 3 with the term expiring December 12th, 2022. Councilmember Hampton,
Yes.
Councilmember Madison,
Abstain.
Councilmember Masuda. That's a yes. Councilmember Rivas,
No.
Councilmember Williams,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wilson,
Yes.
Mayor Gordo.
Yes.
The motion is approved, 5 in favor, 1 against, 1 abstention.
Okay, thank you. And I think next step is to ask Mr. Jones and the clerk to.
Raise your right hand, repeat after me. I, Justin Jones,
I, Justin Jones,
do solemnly affirm
do solemnly affirm
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservations
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties of
discharge the duties of
District 3 Council Member
District 3 Council Member
upon which I'm about to enter.
upon which I'm about to enter.
Congratulations.
Mr. Jones, if you'd like to say a few words before I ask you to.
I just thank the council for putting their trust in me to serve and represent the constituents of District 3 and the city of Pasadena at large. I will not let you down. I will work hard every day. I look forward to working with all council members, even those who, didn't. I don't think it was personal, right? Yeah. So I like to meet with you too, actually, and meet with everyone, but especially you two. And I just thank you all, and I look forward to working with you.
Thank you. Lesson number 1: no mind reading. We have to exercise our judgment here, and I think we've made a good choice. Mr. Lamar, thank you for your willingness to step up, sir, and I look forward to continuing to work with you. And I know that you will be involved. Pastor Smith, thank you for your friendship and your willingness to step up as well. All 3 of you for all the right reasons. But we are called upon to exercise judgment and pick one person. Again, we all wish we could put you together and bring all of us together here, but there are limited seats here. But thank you, all 3 of you, for your participation. I think we are adjourned.
We're in the beautiful city of Pasadena. More importantly, we're right in front of our iconic city hall. The reason we're here is for the Battle for Mental Health. It is a first responder boxing event. Most importantly, it's a fundraiser, and all funds raised will go right back to helping first responders dealing with mental health issues. I think we're often dealt the